Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated at the prescribed chair because the ceremony of the 5th Human Rights Conference 2021 under the theme Human Rights and Human Security in Asia during the COVID-19 pandemic will be started in no time. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to all of us. Before we start the welcoming speech, I would like to remind all of us to follow the health protocols, such as wearing a mask, washing your hands, and keeping the distance so that we can reduce the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Respectable Director of University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, the Honorable Commissioner Ahmad Taufan Damanik as the Chair of Komnas HAM, Commissioner Sandrayati Moniaga as the Commissioner, all presenters and staff from Komnas HAM, the Honorable Indonesian Country Representative, ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, Ms. Yuyun Wahyu Ningrum, the Honorable Director of Sydney Southeast Asia Center, Professor Michelle Ford, along with her deputy, Dr. Elizabeth Grammer, who have been working with the Center for Human Rights, Multiculturalism and Migration, University of Jember for today's conference. And not forget the people behind this great conference, Dr. Al Hanif as the director, along with all researcher, research assistant, volunteers from CHRM University of Jember. Also, I would like to welcome all participants, presenters, and plenary speakers in this conference. I am Nindya Farah, and it is an awesome and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony on this very special event. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning, and thank you very much for accepting the invitation to be with us here in the 5th Human Rights Conference 2021 under the theme Human Rights and Human Security in Asia during the COVID-19 pandemic. Right, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, step into the following agenda, our speeches. The first is welcoming speech from Dr. Al Hanif as the Director of the Center for Human Rights, Multiculturalism and Migration, University of Jember. Dr. Hanif, you might take the podium.
Excellencies, Rector of the University of Jember, Chairperson, Commissioner, and all staff of the National Commission on Human Rights, Director of Sydney Southeast Asia Center, the University of Sydney, Director of Human Rights Center, San Diego State University, Country Representative of ICHR Indonesia, Member of SEPAM Indonesia, presenters of the 5th Human Rights Conference, researchers and research assistants at the Center for Human Rights, Multiculturalism and Migration, volunteers and participants, good morning. In 2017, I, on behalf of the Center for Human Rights, Multiculturalism and Migration, contacted Dr. Elizabeth Rhodes, my colleague friend, in London to discuss cooperation. Then I found out that she was the director of Asia Pacific Volunteer in Asia, which then resulted in a discussion that brought an American fellow to work at the center for a year. The fellow then helped develop the Journal of Southeast Asian Human Rights, which at the time made the journal the only English language human rights journal in Indonesia, and 2 years later became the only journal at this university that was accredited by SINTA II. Elizabeth Roth could not join us this time due to the time difference, as she is currently at Lund University, Sweden. After this conference, Dr. Elizabeth will work with the center to review selected papers from this conference for the publication at the Institute of Nordic Asian Studies, ONIAS. A year later, in 2018, several CSRM colleagues come from Jakarta, helping the center by providing plenary speaker, panel presenters, and financial support without asking for anything in return. Some of them also presented papers, submitted and published them in the journal. They are now, as we may know them as a Komnas HAM members, who are currently with us in this conference hall. One of them are the chairperson of Komnas HAM, Bapak Ahmad Taufan Damanik, and Commissioner Sandrayati Moniaga. Since then, the collaboration between the CSRM and Komnas HAM has continued to this day, including the preparation of the establishment of a master program in human rights in this university. In the same year, a speaker at the third CSRM Human Rights Conference suddenly came to me and made suggestions regarding the improvement of the conference. I was surprised because I did not recognize her, but she talked a lot on how to make the conference better. I told her that the 2018 conference would be the last conference of the CSRM because for us, managing the conference was very tiring. Then she told me that she would help CSRM because for her, the Human Rights Conference is unique because it does not come from big universities in Indonesia. This stranger person, now I know her as Professor Michelle Ford, director of the Sydney Southeast Asia Center, University of Sydney, who is currently joining us via Zoom. She proved her words and is currently involved in the preparation of this 5th Human Rights Conference. This 2021 conference is the second collaboration between Sydney Southeast Asia Center and CSRM. Previously, both of us organized the 2019 conference before the pandemic, in which the Sydney Southeast Asia team actively assisted the conference by bringing speakers and several researchers from Sydney to Jember. At that time, CSRM began to actively communicate with Dr. Elizabeth Kramer, Deputy Director of Sydney Southeast Asia Center, who is currently with us via Zoom perhaps. Dr. Kramer has been also very active in helping the preparation of the call for abstract paper, selecting of abstract, and also making the terrific looking conference books that you are currently holding and reading right now. In 2020, CSRM signed up for Fulbright Specialist Program, and then Fulbright recommended a very humble, supportive, and a great academia. She is Professor Grace Cheng, the director of the Human Rights Center at San Diego State University, California, who yesterday agreed to be a speaker at the academic writing workshop. Right now, she is with us via Zoom. She has to be in Jember with us right now, but because of the pandemic, she will be with us in September 2022. At the 2021 conference, CSRM should also thank to iChair Indonesia for making a great plenary session with speakers living in countries with different time zones such as Australia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, and the USA. CSRM has to thank to Her Excellency Yuyun Wahyuningrum, a country representative of iChair Indonesia, who is currently Zooming with us. CSRM is also very fortunate to be part of SEPAM Indonesia since 2010, when the organization was firstly founded in Bangkok by several young Indonesian academics who are concerned with human rights issues in Indonesia. SEPAM has been actively involved in CSRM conference since it was first held in 2016. Even at the 2021 conference, SEPAM guarantees that CSRM or conference will be a success. Some of them are Dr. Herlambang of Gadjah Mada University, Dr. Muktiono of Brawijaya University, Cekli Pratiwi LLM from Muhammadiyah University of Malang, Dian Nuswantari of Surabaya University, Dr. Ernadiah Kusumastuti of UNS, who I think all of them are in the conference hall right now. There are also Majra El-Muhtaj from Unimed Medan, Eko Riyadi from UII, and Dr. Manunggal Kusumawardaya, and also Dr. Mirza Satria Buana of Northwestern University of USA, who are also joining us via Zoom. Since the 4th conference in 2019 until now, The center has also collaborated with the Fellowship on Freedom of Religion and Belief, Center for Religious and Cross-Cultural Studies, Gajah Mada University. In 2019, there were only 11 fellows who came to Jember for presentation, and now the number has doubled. Together with the presenters and participants of the conference, our fellows are like a caravan with colorful paints that we believe will enrich the discussion during the conference. If you see the conference today, or perhaps you came here yesterday, it is like seeing a beautiful house. There is no magic, of course. The conference looks terrific because it has been prepared since January 2021, almost 1 year of preparation. Many hands, thoughts, energies, and funds have made this conference so beautiful and great. Therefore, the center should be grateful to have a great and solid team. They are the CSRM researchers such as Mas Heri, Mbak Dina, Mbak Rosnida, who are currently with us in the conference hall. There are also a research assistant, Gasani Aulia, Cindy Claudia, Ivana Eltiara, Anandita, and Hartawan. Not to forget the volunteer who has been willing to spend their time in the midst of busy classes. Perhaps if you don't mind, please stand up for only 5 minutes so everyone will know, will see you in the Zoom, please. Mas Heri, Mbak Dina, Mbak Rosnida, Cindy, Anandita, Gasani Aulia, and Hartawan. Thank you very much for your energies. Lastly, of course, this speech will not be complete without mentioning the contribution of this institution. University of Jember has been very supportive since the first conference in 2016 until now. And so it will be very thankful for us to have my rector, my first rector. Thank you for us for being with us. And without your support, I think this conference will not come like this. Okay, I hope everyone enjoys this beautiful conference. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanif, for the speech. Next, the second speech will be delivered by the Director of Sydney Southeast Asia Center, Professor Michelle Ford. Professor Michelle Ford, time is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to second Hanif's welcome to this 5th Conference on Human Rights. As Hanif mentioned, this is the 3rd of the conferences I've been involved in, the first as a keynote speaker and more recently as a formal co-convener. I would like to acknowledge the work of our teams, both in Jember and in Sydney, in organising this important event. At the Sydney end, I would especially like to thank Elizabeth Kramer, who, as Hanif mentioned, has taken primary responsibility for the academic programming and the organisation of the panels. But also, I'd like to thank Ariane Dufresne, our Communications Officer, who produced the program and managed publicity for the conference. We invest quite a lot of resources into this conference because we think it's really important to support the work of academics and others interested in human rights in Southeast Asia. With the uncertainty of COVID-19, it's been a much more difficult and challenging exercise organising this conference than in the past. But as I'm sure you'll agree, the program is very impressive, covering a wide range of pressing issues facing Indonesia, the region and the world. So I won't talk for too long because there are much more important things to get onto, but I wish you all the very best for the conference, which I'm sure will be highly stimulating academically, but also an excellent opportunity to strengthen your existing scholarly networks and to forge new ones. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Professor Michelle, for the wonderful speech. Next, we have the Director of Human Rights, San Diego State University, Professor Grace Cheng, to give her speech. Professor Grace Cheng, time is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you from California. And I am very pleased to be able to be a part of this, even if I cannot travel there this year. I look forward to developing relationships between our two centers, the University of Jember Center for Human Rights, Multiculturalism, and Migration, along with the San Diego State University Center for Human Rights, as we are all positioned in the same situation with our interest in promoting research, education, and outreach with the community on human rights issues to create more exchange, forums for understanding, and various new pedagogies that we will ideally help develop across the ocean and create these linkages between our centers so that we can learn from each other, support each other, this network of human rights, research, and education. I look forward to collaborations with the center at the University of Jember. And next year, hopefully, we will have a better situation with the pandemic. And I look forward to one day coming to Jember to work with the center and develop all of our relations and possibilities for the collaborations on research, exchange, and other programs. I wish you all an excellent conference. It looks like some amazing papers, should be very, very interesting. So have a wonderful time, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Grace, for the speech. Made it useful for all of us. Next speech is from Indonesian Counter-Representative ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, Ms. Yuyun Wahyuningrum. Time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having this conference. I attended the last one. In Jember. I'm very sorry that I cannot come to Jember this time, but I'm happy that we can continue to engage with the discourses on human rights in my current position, because last time I was PhD candidate, still PhD candidate right now, but with different hat as the representative of Indonesia to the ICHR. It is very honor for ICHR Indonesia to participate in this conference, and thank you very much for everyone that has been mentioned earlier to make this conference successful. And I thank you very much for those who send the papers and will be presenting your papers in this conference. I'm looking forward to listen more on how you perceive human rights, whether it is in Indonesia or in different contexts. And it is the aim of ICHR and as well as ICHR Indonesia to continue to generate discourses on human rights with civil society, with sectoral bodies in ASEAN, as well as with the scholars. And again, thank you very much and have a good discussion in this conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Yuyun, for the speech. Next, we have the chair of Komnas HAM, Commissioner Ahmad Taufan Damanik. Commissioner Taufan, you may take the podium.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Rector, University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, and Deputy, and all staff of University of Jember. And of course, my colleague, my friend, Dr. Al Hanif, Director of CHRM, and all staffs and researchers from this center. It's really great to meet you again. I think this is 4 or 5 times a week visit here and discuss with all of you and see your activities. Very nice. I think this center is one of the most favorite for Komnas HAM, yeah, to collaborate. And also my colleague from University of Sydney, Director of Sydney Southeast Asia Center, Professor Michelle Ford, and Ms. Grace Cheng from San Diego University, United States, Ms. Yuyun, my colleague also from ICHR Indonesia representative, and also from Sepaham. Sepaham is also one small organization that for Komnas HAM is also a very serious partner in promoting, researching, and protecting human rights in Indonesia. And of course, to all participants, speakers who are coming directly to University of Jember or following the sessions, all sessions through the online, virtual. Welcome you all to this conference. For this 5th Human Rights Conference 2021, we choose the theme Human Rights and Human Security in Asia during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think in all over the world, every human beings are affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Not only the right of health or the right to life, but also other dimensions of human rights, including the economic, politics, social and cultural rights. So this is very comprehensive situation, that complex situation that we all over the world are affected by this pandemic. And this conference choosing this theme because we would like to hear from all of you as a researcher, as an intellectual, to share your opinion, your research result, your knowledges, to discuss the situation, the very complex situation that I said relating to human rights dimensions. Not only one dimension of human rights, but all dimensions of human rights. So we need to share our knowledges, to share our opinion, and finally, to give recommendation, solutions to our country. Because all countries in the world, including Indonesia, other countries in Asia, facing very difficult situation. We need to work together hand by hand to find solutions, especially to protect human rights of everybody, every human being in our country. Thank you very much, and I welcome you all to the conference. I hope we can enjoy also the conference, enjoy the city of Jember. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Taufan, for the lovely speech. Last, it is our honor to have Director of University of Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, to deliver the speech. And afterward, we would like to request Dr. Iwan to officially open the conference. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, and of course, good evening to whom in the American continent. Distinguished participants and speakers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to invite you all to be grateful to the God who has given us the health today. So we can be here to join the participate the 5th International Conference on Human Rights. And inshallah it will be conducted from today till tomorrow. And they carry out the theme about the human rights and human security in Asia during the COVID-19 pandemics. On behalf of the University of Jember, it is a pleasure and honor to welcome you to this conference that hosted by the GHRM2, headed by the Pak Hanif. He's always come to be discussing about this before. And of course, because this is in collaboration with the Sydney Southeast Asia Center, University of Sydney, Australia, I also, want to deliver my great thanks to the Prof. Michelle Ford, who also joined this conference this morning. And of course, both of them and all the staff who support this conference to be a reality today, they deserve our appreciation due to their hard work and valuable contribution. Moreover, we do not forget for any financial and kind support from the sponsor, including the Komnas HAM, Department of Gender Study, ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, and Indonesian Consortium for Human Rights Lecturer, we call it SPAHAM, and therefore also our great thanks for that. Today, we will have very prominent guests and speakers. Bapak Ahmad Taufan Damanik is a chairperson of National Commission on Human Rights, Komnas HAM, and then some speakers also that has been mentioned by the convener of this conference, Bapak Dr. Hanif. To all honorable speakers, please accept our greeting and thanks for your coming to this event to share your knowledge and experiences. And then to all participants, we hope you all enjoy the exciting speakers to come. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we know that this conference is purposed to provide a forum of presentation and discussion among researchers, lecturers, observers, and practitioners from various universities and institutions or civil organizations about the current issue on human rights, especially in Southeast Asia, during as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide. Therefore, I appreciate and fully support the holding of this conference because it is relevant to the University of Jember vision and mission, as well as it is also become our expression on, of our commitment on continuous quality improvement of one of our three tasks, we call it Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, particularly in terms of research. Accordingly, I do encourage this conference to promote more and more extended opportunity in research collaboration with various stakeholders, and I expect that also all scientific paper resulted and produced and shared during this conference will inspire us to be more productive and also enable further improvement of our work. Because the MC asked me to open this, I don't need to talk much then. Just let us begin this conference by initially saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I inaugurate officially this conference. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge. Once again, on behalf of the University of Jember, I'd like to sincerely apologize should there be inconveniences that occur before, during, and after the event. May God bless us with good health so that making this event successful and enjoyable. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iwan, for the speech and for open the ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, as the ceremony is officially open, once again, please give a round of applause for the 5th Human Rights Conference 2021. Right, as the welcoming speech is done, now we move to the main agenda, is first plenary. Maybe for the Miss Dr.
Good morning, everyone. So we move to the first plenaries by ICHR Indonesia. So I give time and the floor to my colleague Yuyun Wahyuningrum, please. Time is yours, so you can manage. I think you should have 1.5 hours to have this plenary, please.
Thank you, Pak Hanif. In this session, we have all speakers here and will be moderated by Dr. Anthony Langlo from Flinders University. Anthony?
Thank you, Yuyun. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to have been able to be present for the opening ceremony and to see the gathered participants there at the University of Jember, those of you who are able to be there in person, and then to see those of us who are here on Zoom. According to my screen, there's about 27 of us here on Zoom, including the panelists who are going to present as part of this session. Can I just confirm, Yuyun, is it possible for you to let me know what time the session finishes? According to my notes, we finish at 10 o'clock your time, is that correct?
Yes.
Great. So that gives us an hour and 15 minutes. I'm not going to speak for very long at all. I'd like to hand you over to the participants in this panel, but just to give you a little bit of background as to what we're doing in this session. I've been following the human rights story in Southeast Asia for the whole of my academic career, and the major turning point that happened about 10 years ago with the creation of AICHR, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, and then the promulgation of ASEAN's own Human Rights Declaration seemed to me extraordinary events, and it's been very interesting to continue to follow them both as they have unfolded institutionally and politically across the region, and also from the point of view of academic study and philosophical questions, which is the way I tend to approach these things. And of course, we've just ticked over the 10-year anniversary of these two key institutions. And I was asking myself and my students, many of whom come from Southeast Asia, questions about the impact, efficacy, the change in the political discourse of these institutions. And at the same time, I was working with an academic journal. We've already heard about one new distinguished journal this morning. The other one that I was working with is the Journal of Human Rights, based in the US. And I had previously been involved with developing a special issue at that journal, and thought that it would be a fantastic opportunity for the journal to look back over the last 10 years of what has happened in Southeast Asia with human rights, particularly given these new institutional developments. So once I had ascertained that the journal was interested, I talked to a number of my colleagues, many of whom are here this morning, and we put together a series of papers that can be found in the Journal of Human Rights issue from earlier this year. And later on, I'll stick a link through in the chat box for people who might be interested to go and have a look at the papers. So this morning, we have for you presentations from contributors to the special issue of the journal. And I'm going to ask each of them to speak for no more than 10 minutes. We have Her Excellency Yuyun Warren Ingram, of course, will start us off. Professor Catherine Renshaw from Western Sydney University, Professor Matthew Davies from the Australian National University, Professor Robin Ramcharan from the Asia Centre at Mahidol University, Professor Meredith Weiss from the University at Albany, and Dr. George Radich from the National University of Singapore. Each of them have contributed really wonderful papers to the journal, and I'd encourage you to download them and read them. And I imagine that they will both be speaking about their papers in this morning's session and any follow-up developments that come from that. And I hope that we will also have an opportunity for some discussion, question and answer time if we don't run too close to the 10 o'clock deadline. So I'll jump in and give people a slight warning when we're nearing the end of the time period. But otherwise, I think we will just cycle our way through the speakers in order to make the most of the time opportunity. Each of the participants has a biography in the handbook that you've been given for the conference, and I'd encourage you to have a look at that and examine it. So I think we'll get underway, and if I could ask Her Excellency Yun Waraningrum to take to the podium first. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Good morning, everyone, distinguished participants. I just start immediately with my paper in the Journal of Human Rights, as mentioned by Anthony earlier. Distinguished participant, ICHR, ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, or ICHR, was established in 2009 by the term of reference, which among others include the provision that allows the body to evolve by the review every 5 years. The review was expected to be the opportunity to rectify the lack of protection mandate of human rights in ICHR. Through this paper, I would like to argue that the TOR review should not be seen as the only way to enable ICHR to evolve. There are a number of factors and key factors to make ICHR evolve. First is through the acceleration and the implementation of the work plan and the project, ability of the country representative to recognize the political opportunity and be able to creatively interpret the ICHR TOR. According to the TOR, the only institution that can review its mandate or ICHR mandate is the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting. The first review should be done in 2014 and the second should be in 2019. The role of ICHR is to make its own assessment and to provide the recommendation to the ASEAN Foreign Ministers. There was no review in 2014 and as well as in 2019, but the panel of experts was established in 2019. At the moment, we have Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand sending the nomination. So my paper mentioned about 4 countries. Now, Philippines has nominated 1 person to be the member of panel of experts. It needs 10 member states to send the nomination. Otherwise, this panel cannot work. In 2014, ICHR conducted a number of consultations with stakeholders and submitted the recommendation to the ASEAN Foreign Ministers. Similarly, in 2020 and 2021, online, ICHR also organized activities, evaluation to review the work of ICHR. But let me go a little bit to earlier phase of the institutionalization of human rights in ASEAN. The earlier process of institutionalization of human rights in ASEAN reflect the ASEAN member state concern, preferences, assumption, consideration, and desire to build a human rights regime in the region. But what kind of regime that ASEAN member state would like to establish earlier or previous years? They wanted to have a body that is not independent, able to represent and defend ASEAN against criticism from the international community at the international forum. ASEAN member states also want the body that should protect them from naming and shaming, and not practicing naming and shaming inside the region. Focus more on promotion and protection. So that's how ASEAN member states, not wanting to reject human rights, but there is certain ways of what kind of human rights and regime of human rights they think proper to the region. Nevertheless, the inclusion of human rights in ASEAN Charter introduced the language of human rights in a regionalism of ASEAN. The implication of having human rights in the Charter, for instance, now 2 bodies was established. Well, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights was established by the Article 14. the ASEAN Commission on the Promotion Protection of the Right of Women and Children was established by the blueprint, and the blueprint is part of the roadmap for to achieve the ASEAN integration goal. But we also see a number of instruments include human rights. So for instance, ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, Declaration of Violence Against Women and Violence Against Children, Declaration on Strengthening of Social Protection, Consensus on Promotion Protection of the Right of Migrant Workers, Culture of Prevention for a Peace, Inclusive, Resilient, Healthy, Harmonious Society. So many documents right now in ASEAN cross-pillar and cross-sectoral bodies mention about human rights because the constitution of the organization mentioned about human rights. So each pillars try to interpret how human rights can be included in their work. That's so I have explained about the previous phase of institutionalization and then the implication of ASEAN of the inclusion of ASEAN human rights in ASEAN Charter. Now, with all limitation that ICHR has, and with the stuck process of review, how ICHR move forward. I'm happy to inform you and to report to the general public that now ICHR has complaint mechanism. This complaint mechanism is not ideal yet, but it is established now that ICHR can accept complaint on human rights from the people, from civil society right now, and the country in question should answer or should respond. So it is not, the response is not yet from the regional organization as ICHR, but from individual country. So there has been there's a danger of it because some countries may arrest the person or the institution that submit the complaint. So far in the last 3 years, for instance, after this complaint mechanism has established, Indonesia received 2 cases, and I have followed it up and report back to ICHR just yesterday. So we are in the middle of ICHR meeting right now. In ICHR, we also in the last 10 years, for instance, ICHR has generated a lot of human rights discourses to link human rights in the context of regionalism. We may have a number of human rights discourses, but to link between human rights and regionalism, it's something that ICHR try to impose, or not impose, try to generate from time to time through workshop, training, discussion, and so on and so forth. Right now, I found out that through the human rights-based approach, using the training format, we able to set the norm or to gradually hope to change the behavior of the state in dealing with issues such as trafficking in person, migration, and others using human rights-based approach. Because this training provides us with a space explaining this is what human rights means, or how to implement human rights in your work, for instance. So I see a number of platforms in which ICHR can generate more human rights discourses and changing the behavior of the state to comply with human rights. But it is a process. ICHR also has a dialogue on human rights, or we call it agenda item to update human rights in the region. We have been implementing 3 times, and yesterday was the other opportunity to discuss about human rights of the countries. And no countries in ICHR can accuse other countries who ask questions about human rights in their country of breaching the non-interference principle. So this is something that we have been managed to establish in ICHR. Actually, this is not something new. We copy what happened in the UN. The UN has UN Charter has Article 2 in relation to non-interference principle, but still, UN can have a discussion on human rights. I think there are 3 factors involved. First is the agreement among member states, the modalities, and the space. And these three factors that ICHR now copied from the international system. We need to agree among member states in ICHR, and then we need to establish and agree on modalities and have a space. So now in every single meeting of ICHR, we have agenda items specifically to talk about recent development in ASEAN during the ICHR meeting. So ICHR Indonesia has raised the issue in relation to refugees, the human rights, the implication of the impact of the coup on human rights in Myanmar, and also on children. Yesterday, I raised the issue on women's rights, women and girls' rights, because November is the month for the 16 days activism against violence against women and girls. So we now have opportunity to discuss about that, and I can mention about my concern over the situation in the Philippines, in Thailand, in Indonesia, as well as in other countries, without being accused of breaching the non-interference principle. On the 21st of September, ICHR also organized the ASEAN Human Rights Dialogue. This is, again, the dialogue among member states to talk about human rights. We call it as mini UPR. This is the third time that we organized this. The first one in 2013, it was only Indonesia presented their situation and then questioned by other countries. But now in 2020, all 8 out of 10 countries talk about their human rights problem and how they deal with the issues openly in a space that provided by ICHR.
Excuse me, Ewan, if I could ask you to move to a conclusion. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, this is my last point. And also we try to rectify some of the lack of the protection mandates in the work plan, 5-year work plan, by including the remedies aspect of human rights, managed correspondent and complaint, referral system, grievance mechanism, and human rights index and country visit. These are not in the TOR, but still we can use different aspects of how we can interpret the TOR well, and how we can use all the mechanism exist in ICHR to improve our work in terms of protection mandates. Oh, but by the way, human rights index is a way of us saying human rights monitoring. Some member states are allergic to the word monitoring of human rights, so we change index. So this is something that we have been using as strategy. If member states are allergic to certain words, we find some similar term to reflect similar ideas. So my conclusion is that over the 10 years, ICHR has a lot of struggle in implementing its mandate, both promotion and protection, but it has generated regional human rights debates. It has established a platform, and it become the important institution for human rights in the region. In the next 10 or 20 years, ICHR will continue to struggle in performing their work, but at the same time, there are always a lot of opportunities ahead. I would like to end my presentation by saying that crisis in Chinese word consists of two meanings. First is as a danger, and the other one is opportunity. And ICHR Indonesia believe and would like to take the position of looking at crisis as opportunity. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a great honor and privilege for us in the special issue of the journal to have Her Excellency's contribution at the head of the volume, and it's also wonderful to have her opening our session today. Now, I was going to be asking Professor Renshaw to speak next, but it looks to me as if Professor Renshaw has had technical difficulties in being able to join us. Professor Ramcharan, Robin, would you be willing to go next, if that's not too much of a shock to come on quite so soon?
No, that's...
Yes, so please go ahead. I'll warn you at about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Anthony, Professor Longua. First of all, a few other thanks are in order. One is to the University of Jember for hosting and holding this conference. I would like also to thank ICHAR and specifically Her Excellency Yuyun, for this fantastic conference. I am, well, there's my name, Robin Ramcharan. I'm with Asia Center, and I also teach at Mahidol University. And I'm just now joining the PhD program of the Mahidol University Human Rights Program. So I'm very happy to be part of this event today. And I wish to thank also my colleagues, fellow contributors. I see George there, Meredith there. Lovely to see you all again. And I'm also particularly grateful because this initiative was very important, I feel, and I think we all feel. There's been a lot written and discussed. There's a lot of discussions about, what's wrong, right? But it's important to see how we can take things forward. It is the same dynamic, same process as Yuyun, Her Excellency, was speaking about, looking to models from the UN and other organizations and so on. So there are best practices. It's important to know what those best practices are and how we can adapt them here. So there are challenges to the protection of human rights in Southeast Asia, to the ability, as was just outlined, of ICHAR to provide protection and so on. And we have heard some of the emerging best practices, that are being adopted by ICHAR reps, such as Her Excellency Yuyun. So the question is, how can we take forward protection? And my specific interest in this collaboration with colleagues, I offered an examination of the SDGs, and in particular SDG 16. Now, the SDG 16, the SDGs, can they be a complement to the regional ICHAR, regional protection architecture? What do I mean by the architecture? The architecture includes ICHAR, national human rights institutions, the UPR mechanism, how does it function or apply to Southeast Asia, and of course civil society organizations generally. You might say, well, the SDGs, not so great. Why not so great? Because it's a process which emphasizes dialogue. But by the way, the UPR is all about dialogue as well, yeah, even though it's a little bit more comprehensive. So can the SDGs help? And the answer that I argued is yes. The countries of the region are, as you just heard, more comfortable with dialogue. They are not used to a more confrontational style, the so-called ASEAN way and so on. And so perhaps the SDGs can serve as a complement to the regional architecture in that sense. So that's very important to note. It's clear that the countries of the region and maybe other regions as well are not comfortable with the more confrontational style of for example, the former Commission on Human Rights of the UN. But what is interesting, I will just note as a footnote here, is that the same 10 countries are also participating in all of those fora and facing difficult questions. So it is a little bit interesting, to use maybe a neutral word, that they are not, following the same approach in their interactions. They actually should be even more, if I can say, forthright with each other in their region. So let me come quickly to how and why why and how can the SDGs serve as a complementary process? And so in terms of the why, you have a thickening of the rights regime in Southeast Asia. I thank Meredith for that particular phrase. A thickening of the rights regime in Southeast Asia. Number one, the SDGs were not framed in human rights terms, except for SDG 16 is the only one. What does SDG 16 talk about? It calls for peaceful, inclusive, just and inclusive societies. Those are clearly, comes from a human rights framework. And if you look at the objectives of SDG 16 and the indicators for SDG 16, you will see the human rights impulse in crafting SDG 16. So there is a thickening of the rights regime in Southeast Asia. All of the SDGs aim at fundamental human rights goals, even if the language of human rights is not in each one. But if you take environment, for example, sustainability, protection of the environment, well, what did the Human Rights Council just do? It calls for a healthy, a right to a healthy environment, for example. The second thing in terms of the why it will be a complementary process is that it has been adopted by all leaders and very enthusiastically. If you read the statements of the leaders of the region, they were all gung-ho, very pro-SDG, endorsed it resoundingly. And again, we must keep in mind, in endorsing the SDGs resoundingly, they implicitly endorse the human rights goals that go with them. So how can we take, how can the SDG 16 in particular complement the regional architecture specifically? And so here in the paper, I suggest that the key actor, part of the regional architecture is, you have her before you, is the ICHAR, right? The ICHAR is the linchpin. It has to take the lead, right? One has to, whatever the difficulties are, and this was the same process at the UN level years ago, when the UN mechanisms first, the treaties first came into force. The people at the UN Center for Human Rights were sitting around and saying, okay, what do we do now, right? How do we do this? And how do we do fact-finding? How do we receive petitions? And it is the same process that we see playing out here at the regional level. And so ICHAR has to take the lead, just like the Human Rights Center at the UN took the lead. And with some brave and courageous leaders, and I include, of course, Yuyun as one of those, right, who has to take the lead in offering solutions, in shaping the regional architecture. And one of the things I think that ICHAR can do very usefully is to refine the SDG indicators. These indicators were adopted, as part of a large conference, but they don't necessarily get to the heart of human rights protection. And so through a process of engagement with all stakeholders, especially the ASEAN leaders, foreign ministers themselves, but also with the other stakeholders in the architecture, I think you can have a refinement of the targets, the indicators. What do I mean by that? Let me just give you a very quick example. You have SDG 16.1, significantly reduce all forms of violence and related deaths. 16.2, end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and so on, violence, torture of children. Those are all important. There are, however, indicators that have been developed by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights And if you take each one of the substantive rights, for example, in relation to liberty and security, you will have maybe more pointed indicators that call into question the role, the duties of the states themselves, right? Now, for example, top-level indicators, the number of ratifications of international instruments, the proportion of received complaints on liberty and security, for example, the proportion of these communications from international bodies on liberty and security, and so on. So if we, just to give you a sampling of what I'm talking about, the SDG indicators can be improved substantially, and that process in the region can be led by ICHAR and should be led by ICHAR. With a view to aligning the international and the regional standards. Okay, so so refining the SDG targets and localizing it, and again how localization can be done through the SDG process itself. ICHAR, along with national human rights institutions, can and should and must participate in the stakeholder processes before voluntary national reports are submitted to the SDG process in New York or wherever it is held, the high-level panels.
Excuse me, Robin, that's
yes.
about 10 minutes. If you could move towards a conclusion, thanks.
I'm almost done. So again, enhance the dialogue with NHRIs. And I think the last point is that it is really a gradual process with, again, all parts of the stakeholder, of the human rights architecture of the region. And it will be gradual, but through careful management, it can be achieved. And hence why I say the SDG can be a complementary protection process. All right, thank you very much. And over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Professor Ramcharan. And it's very interesting to see the connections between these two papers that we've already heard, particularly around managing the institutional side of the relationships of the human rights regime in Southeast Asia. The next two papers are going to come from Professor Weiss and Dr. Radic. Now, I was very excited in putting together this special issue of the paper to be able to commission both of these to present papers. Quite a bit of my own research in Southeast Asia has to do with gender and sexuality rights. And my previous special issue with the Journal of Human Rights had been looking at sexuality and gender rights at the global level in a range of different regions around the world. So I was quite keen in putting together this special issue to be able to commission some further research in this area. And both Meredith and George did me the great favor of being willing to come on board for the project. So Professor Weiss, if I could ask you to go first and once again talk for about 10 minutes, and I'll interrupt you near the end. Thank you. And also,
sure.
I should note, Meredith is in a completely different time zone from the rest of us. I think at the moment, being in London, perhaps, where it's, I'm not quite sure what time it is, but you have our great sympathies if it's a very awkward time to be able to speak with us, and our thanks.
Thanks. It's about 2:20 in the morning, actually. So, but I'm still jet lagged, so it's okay. It feels like evening. So thanks. And yeah, I should say that because of Anthony's own work on the issues that I wrote about for the special issue, it was especially daunting, in fact, to write this piece. But so knowing that it was late, I've scripted what I'll say, so I hope it won't go over. So I'll just launch into it. But although I should say that I'm really delighted to be part of this panel, and Ian, thanks so much for organizing this. So Here goes. All right, so ASEAN is not known for being especially proactive or aggressive on matters of rights protection. We've heard the really positives from Yoon and some other notes about where there's real progress, but overall, this isn't yet a particularly proactive agenda. So we can expect that to be especially true for rights not recognized in all member states. In other words, those things that are still somewhat marginal or questionable. Securing recognition for these, what I term extra marginalized rights, presents a challenge for advocates, but efforts in that vein also reveal the less obvious potential of a platform such as ASEAN. So in brief, what I argue in this paper is that while ASEAN has made strides in recognizing and protecting human rights in member states, it has sidestepped those rights related to sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, or SOGI. Few states in the region recognize these rights. They raise both religious and broader cultural objections. And yet, perhaps counterintuitively, SOGI rights advocates in Southeast Asia, again, sexual orientation and gender identity and expression advocates in Southeast Asia have made use of ASEAN as a platform through which to articulate, validate, and mobilize around these claims. We should understand these efforts thus far as more expressive than instrumental. Activists have very little expectation of a warm ASEAN welcome for their claims, but the ASEAN platform offers a premise for building solidarity and awareness. All of this happens as the landscape within ASEAN member states has not improved much in terms of these particular rights. The 2018 Malaysian elections, for instance, seem to hold at least some promise of improvement, with at least some support within Pakatan Harapan for LGBT rights and deactivation of part of the state apparatus involved in demonizing especially Muslim LGBTs. But some such attacks continued and even expanded at the state and federal level. And the Pakatan government's collapse in early 2020 signaled a new shift. So now we see renewed curves. In Indonesia too, SOGI claims have been caught in the crossfire of political polarization between Islamist and secular discourses, and surveillance and attacks have mounted, especially in the last 5 years. In Thailand, meanwhile, we see queer activists at the forefront of anti-coup mobilization, but it would be presumptuous to read into that visibility evidence of greater societal or political acceptance, not to mention the fact that many of those vocal activists could now be imprisoned for years. Nor has there been much progress at the transnational level. The AHRD, the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, allows for tempering claims based on regional and national context. And while AICHR representatives from the Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia proposed that sexuality rights be included, counterparts from Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei in particular followed purported orders to oppose these rights. These provisions around sexual orientation and gender identity and expression did not make it through. Though the greater recognition for human rights that the AHRD provides is still at least encouraging. And of course, there's an upside to being excluded from a list of officially recognized rights. The categories and claims subsumed under a SOGI frame are fluid and varied across countries. So non-recognition may still be ultimately non-optimal, suboptimal, but it does at least retain space for a wide spectrum of claims. So notwithstanding this backdrop, SOGI rights activists have organized within the ASEAN framework. Most important in this vein is the ASEAN SOGI Caucus, or the ASC, formed in 2011 as an offshoot of the ASEAN Civil Society Conference of the ASEAN People's Forum. The ASC serves as a platform for disseminating information, supporting fellow advocates at home or in venues such as the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review, and otherwise building a solidaristic network. Why? Well, although scale shift in advocates' efforts, which means working not just within an unpropitious domestic policy environment, but also projecting claims at a transnational level, while that might make good sense, why ASEAN, given how little chance there is that this organization will come around? So first, it's important to recognize that for those SOGI rights activists who do have access points or relatively wide political space at the domestic level, mobilization is not either or. They can participate in the ASC, and still advocate at home. So there's not really a trade-off in that sense. For advocates without such access, they may not see much value to lobbying ASEAN for policy changes, though those policies would be nothing more than unenforceable recommendations regardless, given the ASEAN framework. But they could see the experience of neighboring states as especially germane to their own, and they're unlikely to make headway domestically otherwise. Having a forum in which to communicate with other activists who know and also work within the Southeast Asian sociocultural landscape may offer not only moral support as an intangible benefit, but perhaps even be instrumentally useful in suggesting practical strategies. Second, the ASC has offered a platform for strategizing. What led to the launch of the ASC was the drafting, a decade ago now, of a set of LGBT-relevant recommendations for ASEAN. The resultant document asked ASEAN member states to repeal direct or indirect criminalization and pathologization of LGBT persons, to recognize and promote SOGI rights as human rights, to harmonize national policies and praxis with the 2006 Jakarta Principles on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity, and to ensure equal access to social services and healthcare. Spelling out these claims is itself a useful exercise, even if they're not to be acknowledged. And it offers a baseline for identifying where ASEAN rules and praxis fall short. Moreover, as I've noted, not all ASEAN human rights institutions, or AHRIs, are opposed to SOGI protections. So having these standards and objectives is helpful in working with those who are open to collaboration. Third, the initiative offers potential for wider collaboration. The ASC has been able to support SOGI activists in especially unfriendly member states, such as Brunei, or where civil society remains nascent, such as Timor-Leste. And I should note that being marginalized from ASEAN proper seems to have given the ASC leeway to expand the scope of ASEAN to include Timor-Leste as the one Southeast Asian non-member. But the ASC has also been able to think strategically about grounds for alliance with, for instance, advocates for women's rights or anti-bullying or anti-discrimination broadly within ASEAN, where these more acceptable advocates share issues in common. Such gateway issues could help with the longer-term goal of mainstreaming SOGI rights and claiming space for these communities within ASEAN. Fourth, and linked with my first point, these efforts serve to tighten the weave of ASEAN's social fabric. The ASC implicitly raises the question of what more ASEAN could be and do, and what the benefits of regional, as opposed to just domestic or broader global, mobilization are. Organizing even just as Asian may be overly diffuse given the real range of tolerance for SOGI rights in states with diverse cultures and regimes that Asia encompasses. That's a really large rubric. So even within Southeast Asia, solidarity requires a degree of oversimplification, for instance, on who the T in LGBT represents. But that regional level still allows also for bilateral or subgroup alliances. It's a helpful level at which to pitch these efforts. Hence, a key achievement of ASEAN-level SOGI activism is essentially groundwork, establishing solidarity and consolidating resources. In that reading, ASEAN provides and plays a passive role or passive function rather than being a protagonist in the story. ASEAN is more a domain of engagement that claimants appropriate than the target of those claims. And in the process, I'll conclude, SOGI activists, perhaps perversely, lend substance to the notion of an ASEAN community. So I think that's 8 minutes. I think I'm actually under time, and I'll end there.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Meredith. That's perfect. And sets up very nicely the contribution from Dr. George Radich from the National University of Singapore. George, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning and good evening to everybody. I just want to thank Aicher and Yuyun, of course, Anthony and Matthew for putting together the special issue. And it's great to see everyone. The last time I saw the people who I worked with on this special issue, this was when we thought the fires of Australia were the big problem who knew that 2 years later, we'd have 2 years of not being able to travel. My name is Dr. George Radix, and I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology at the National University of Singapore. Today, I'm going to talk about my paper on anti-sodomy laws in ASEAN. Now, a little bit of background on my own paper. I did my graduate work in Singapore in the early 2000s, and then I went back to the United States where I studied law, and then I worked for the courts for a few years, and then I came back. And in 2013, we start to see that the anti-sodomy law was being challenged in the courts. And it seemed like a really exciting time. That if you know anything about Singapore, many of you in Southeast Asia know that Singapore has a reputation of being a very modern and developed country, but at the same time, it traded its political rights for economic security and safety. And so this was one of the first times we saw a push against some of these laws, people actually demanding change. And so I spent a lot of time researching and writing about Section 377A, which is the law that criminalizes gay male sex in Singapore. The challenge failed. Right, there was a challenge in 2013 where an individual raised the constitutionality of the provision. Just to go back a little bit, Singapore, as a colony of the British, had Section 377, which was a Victorian law that criminalizes sex against the order of nature, and then it added Section 377A, which is the law that specifically criminalizes gay male sex. Now, in 2007, Section 377 was repealed by the Parliament, and it wasn't until a bunch of debates took place where they said, "We'll repeal 377, the broader law, but we will keep 377A, the more specific law targeting gay males." And then in 2013, just about 6 years after that debate, 377A was being challenged. And people thought that this was crazy. Don't challenge the law, don't challenge the state. But surprisingly, there were some benefits that came out of it. And one of those benefits was that the Supreme Court said, there is a constitutional issue here, and we're going to change the requirements so that you don't actually have to be charged or convicted under this law to challenge its constitutionality. Now, go back down to the district court and start arguing your, the Constitution. Start making your points. And so, when the locus standi, or the standing requirements, were changed in this law, we started to see a second group of plaintiffs challenging this law as well. Both ended up failing in 2013. But if you've been following any of the challenges to these type of British anti-sodomy laws, India also struck down its Section 377 in 2018. And it was actually a National University of Singapore law student who was part of the team to help strike that down. And because of that, when the news reached Singapore and the NUS Law School said, congratulations to India for striking down Section 377, this old British colonial law, there were calls to also challenge 377A in Singapore again. And because of 2013 change in the ruling, which allowed anyone to challenge a constitutional provision, despite never having been charged under it, 3 new plaintiffs challenged 377A again in 2018. And so this was the backdrop to the research that I've been doing for many years, but it's specifically on Singapore. Now, for this article, I was asked by Anthony and by Matthew to bring it out to ASEAN. And so what I did was I decided to look at all the other countries in Southeast Asia that had similar laws, mainly those with this British colonial legacy. So I looked at Malaysia, Brunei, and Myanmar. And Malaysia and Singapore were the same. They were part of the same set of colonies of the British. After the split, they went in two different directions in terms of their law. Now, because Malaysia was a federalist state, it didn't have all of the laws as consistently applied as, say, Singapore did. And so it wasn't until 1976 where the 377 provision, the broader provision, and the 377A provision was implemented throughout the country. And it wasn't until the 1990s that we saw it being used in the very famous Anwar Ibrahim case, where he was a deputy prime minister in 1988, and there was some political tensions and there was the financial crisis, and we saw the anti-sodomy law being used there in a political way to shame him. In Brunei, we saw Section 377. Brunei didn't have a very complex legal system because it was seen as a further outpost that was relatively peaceful, right? And so many of the laws that were implemented in the other colonies of the UK were not implemented to the same extent, to the same extreme. And so they didn't have Section 377A, they only had 377. And it wasn't really enforced. It wasn't as important until we saw in 2013 when there was a change in the laws, and we saw the implementation of Sharia law in Brunei. And there, when we start to see these laws under 377, which said that you can be put in prison up to 10 years, now they're being changed to you can be stoned to death, you can be fined $40,000, you can be put in jail for 10 years or whipped up to 40 strokes. These kind of punishments brought the world's attention to Brunei. And if you remember, some famous people like George Clooney and Ellen DeGeneres, Elton John, all protested against these kind of laws. And lastly, with regards to Myanmar, Myanmar also only had Section 377. Myanmar is like the opposite of Brunei in that it was seen as the wild, wild west, and that the laws there were meant to. Myanmar was seen by the British as a little bit more unruly, and therefore they implemented all these laws, but it wasn't easy to enforce. Lynette Chua, a famous Singapore-based scholar who works in LGBT rights, she mentioned that it's not necessarily 377 that's the problem there, although it is being used to go after LGBT activists because there's a threat of 10 years. But there are a whole range of laws, such as the Publishing Act, which if you have a photocopy machine in your organization and you photocopy pamphlets that have any LGBT information on it, you can be charged under the Publication Act or the Registration Act, which is you need to register in order to assemble, to invoke the right to assembly under the Constitution. And so because you can't register, then you are in violation of the law and you can't. So there are a number of laws in Myanmar that makes it difficult to organize. Now,
excuse me, George, if I could just, time's just about up. If you could move towards the conclusion. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that. And let me just talk a little bit about the ASEAN influence. The ASEAN, as we saw, it's still evolving. And I think some of the stuff that Meredith talked about are the ways in which I see ASEAN playing a role in these countries as well. So for Brunei, there really wasn't any ASEAN influence other than the ASEAN Soju Caucus that Meredith spoke about. In Singapore, although it's very active in other ASEAN conversations, such as the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty that it helped to draft, ASEAN and as a member of ASEAN didn't speak up against or didn't participate in any of the LGBT debates. But again, ASEAN Soju Caucus played a role there. So we see the NGOs of ASEAN playing a strong role, but also because ASEAN consists of individuals. When Anwar Ibrahim in 1988 was charged under 377A and other diplomats knew about it, then they spoke out about it because they knew him personally. And Myanmar always used ASEAN as kind of a shield to say, you know, we operate differently. We're part of this community, and the United States and all these other Western countries that accuse us of human rights violations, they don't understand human rights like ASEAN does, and we are a member of ASEAN. But then at the same time, ASEAN is a bit embarrassed by including Myanmar when it continues to engage in certain human rights violations. So there is certain pressures that ASEAN has placed on Myanmar in certain regards. I'm a little bit over time, so I don't want to speak too much. But again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on my paper and to participate in this conference. It's great to see all of you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, George. Moving from those two papers in the special issue that focused on issues of sexuality and gender diversity, sort of going back to the general perspective or the big picture perspective to round out this plenary session. And we're very pleased to have with us Professor Catherine Renshaw from Western Sydney University. And so I'd ask Catherine if you could also speak for 10 minutes. I'll interrupt you at about 8 or 9 minutes to suggest a move towards a conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Anthony, and thank you very much to the conference organisers for inviting me to talk about this paper in what I think was a very important contribution to a debate about human rights in one of the most important regions of the world, and a region where human rights are at the forefront of civil society's discourse and discussion about what's going on. So my contribution to this special edition was to think about a question that is at the forefront of ASEAN scholars' minds a lot, which is, how do we understand the first decade of the institutionalization of human rights in Southeast Asia through the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, through the ASEAN Declaration? What do we make of this overall? And it's helpful to look back to the fears that existed at the beginning of this process of institutionalization. So there were two sets of fears. There was the fear of leaders of ASEAN states, of governments, that these human rights institutions would be intrusive measures that constrained the way they dealt with populations, often during circumstances of insecurity and scarcity, where difficult decisions needed to be made about the allocation of resources and the constraint on freedoms of parts of the population. Then there was a second set of fears of civil society organisations, that these institutions might actually provide shelter for rights violating leaders to deflect criticism from the way they were treating their populations. So what do we see at the end of that 10-year period of worrying about what these new institutions and principles are going to do? Well, largely we find, I think, that neither of these fears came to fruition. We find that the worst fears of leaders of ASEAN states, that they would be somehow prevented from treating their peoples in the way they wanted, well, that hasn't really happened at all. We haven't seen the behaviour of the leaders of ASEAN states constrained by the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration or by the work of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, which we have to remember has not, as an institution, although individual commissioners have spoken, as an institution condemned the rights violating behaviour of an individual ASEAN member state. And we also haven't seen the worst fears of civil society activists come to fruition as well, because it hasn't been the case overall that ASEAN leaders have managed to shelter from criticism because of the ASEAN Declaration or the Commission. We've still seen loud criticism of the behaviour of the government of Myanmar, for example, in all of the institutions of the United Nations, the Human Rights Council, the UN General Assembly, and we haven't seen it as a credible response that ASEAN has its own human rights institutions and that the criticism of other bodies is not needed. So what have we got then at the end of this 10 years? And in the article, I look at a particular theory that our colleague in this special edition, Matt Davies, discusses, the theory of ritualism. The explanation he offers is that ASEAN states engage with these new institutions and principles as a form of ritualism. They subscribe to them, they engage in the discourse, but what they don't do is specify the meaning of particular rights with sufficient clarity to mean that the behaviour of states actually has to change, that there has to be conformity to different rights principles in the way they manage issues of freedom of expression or rights under the criminal justice system or sexual equality, as we were just hearing about from George. So I'm interested in testing this theory of Matt's. Is ritualism the best explanation for what has happened over the past decade? And I look at two particular case studies. I think about Brunei's introduction of Sharia law, a new regime in 2013 that reached its final culmination in 2019 with the introduction of the criminal provisions that on their face appear to violate key parts of international human rights law, rights relating to the equality of women, to torture, to the death penalty, to due process. And I see that these particular provisions of the criminal law were not the subject of particular attention by ASEAN's Intergovernmental Human Rights Commission. And I look at, as a second case study, the behaviour of the government of Myanmar in relation to the Rohingya population in Rakhine State. I look at the justification for that behaviour, which was a matter of national security. And I look at the extent to which ritualism is a valid explanation for the way ASEAN engaged with that particular issue as well. These two case studies on their face appear to be quite disparate. So it's important in the work that I did to justify why it's useful to look at both of them together. And the reason I offer for that is that they both are concerned with what are essentially matters at the heart of state sovereignty. The first is to do with the governance of the criminal justice system within a state, which is the most basic function of a state, to determine for its people what's right and what's wrong, where the criminal law will get involved and where it will stand back and respect the freedoms of individuals in that Millsian sense, to act in any way you want to the extent that it doesn't harm other people. And in relation to Myanmar, state security is again a matter at the very heart of sovereignty. The first job of a government is to protect its people from internal and external threats. So these two case studies, which I say go to the very core of a government's business, to say what its people can do and what falls within the remit of the criminal law and to protect the state from threats, both to do with sovereignty, both implicating very important human rights, in one, the right to be free of torture and the right of equality of women, and in another, on some arguments, the right to be free from genocide, the right of a group to exist. So looking at these two case studies, to what extent can we say that it was Matt's argument, which was a lack of specificity in the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, that permitted states to have the freedom to engage in these two pieces of behaviour, the implementation of criminal laws that seem to violate basic human rights principles, and a military practice that seemed to be ethnic cleansing at a minimum and genocide at a maximum? Was it the lack of specificity that provided the space for ASEAN states to engage in this behaviour? Is this the ritualism that Matt describes, and is there a remedy for it? So in the final part of the paper, I say, well, within the terms of ASEAN's own laws that are drawn from domestic understandings of human rights, of the criminal law, of state security, could these two areas of law be given sufficient specificity for ASEAN within its own framework to condemn, criticise, or at its highest point to bring before the ASEAN summit and sanction these states for their behaviour? And I think the conclusion I reach is a positive one, that there is within ASEAN's own resources itself, and through the work of the vibrant and courageous ASEAN Southeast Asian human rights defenders networked across the region, the capacity and the willingness to bring the sort of specificity that Professor Davies argues is necessary to the fore, moving forward for human rights in Southeast Asia. I can leave it there, Anthony, if...
Sure, thanks very much. Thanks, Catherine, for that. So that kind of takes us back to the big picture. I would like to thank all of the presenters for coming on board today and talking about their papers on behalf of myself and my co-editor, Dr. Matthew Davies from the Australian National University, who's not with us this morning. And just to reiterate that I've put a link through to the special issue of the journal in the chat box for this morning. So if you wish to go looking for that to read the papers in full, including Matt's paper, which has just been talked about by Catherine, and my introduction to the special issue. And I know that in these days of rapacious profit-making by publishing companies, not all of you may be able to get direct access to the link to the journal. So if anyone is seeking access and is not able to get it, feel free to email me independently, and I'll do what I can to assist you about that. Now we've got about 8 minutes left, and I'm told that we don't actually have the opportunity for live questions from the floor. I just briefly wanted to observe that in the different presentations that we've had, you can see the sort of interdisciplinary and multiple dimension nature of human rights at work. We've been looking at institutional questions and legal questions, as well as questions about grassroots advocacy and ground up organising. We've been talking about some human rights issues that are very much in the mainstream of human rights discussion, connected with venerable traditions of discussion at international institutions like the United Nations. And we've also been talking about very new or marginal rights that in many individual jurisdictions still do not actually have any kind of formal recognition, but yet are talked about in the context of human rights. In the context of institutional structures and political structures, we've also been talking about structures that are supportive of human rights and trying to progress the cause, and also, as Catherine was just saying, referring to the beginning of the process here in ASEAN about the the fears that these formal institutions would actually shelter forms of abuse or prevent accountability around human rights. So there's a very broad range, and also, and this sort of connects to what Professor Ramcharan was saying, the relationship between human rights understood as norms, which interact with normative institutions and other frameworks in other domains that don't necessarily formally go by the name of human rights. So you can see that there's across the 6 or 7 papers in the special issue, there's a very broad range of themes. I note that the special theme of the conference that we're attending at the moment is looking at human rights and security in the COVID-19 context. And I just very briefly wanted to give any of the presenters the opportunity perhaps to, if they wanted to say anything about any thoughts they may have had, again, emphasized very briefly, about the connections between the themes that they wrote about in their paper and the developments that have happened since, over the 2 years since we submitted our papers and have seen them come to publication with the pandemic. If any of you would like to jump in, just go ahead.
Maybe I would just...
Robin, yes, go ahead.
Just very quickly, in terms of other normative regimes, if I can put it that way broadly, that relates to this pandemic era, I would just note the uptake in business and human rights across the region. And so, you know, the role of pharmaceutical companies in the region in particular, but not only, you know, human rights along the value chains. So I note this uptake in national action plans on business and human rights, which I think is a positive complement to all that we've been talking about. And ICHAR, I know, has been engaging with this in the past for some time. So some good work to be done there as well.
Thanks very much, Robin. Yuyun.
Thank you, Anthony. Just to add what Robin has mentioned earlier, I think the use of digital technology is both offering the challenges as well as the opportunity on the new on how human rights to be protected and promoted in the new normal, as people have said. And that's also becoming the one of the challenges that the regional organization of human rights like ICHAR should deal with. And given that we have still struggling with all the implementation of our mandates, the new normal will also adding to the challenges on how we can make sure that human rights can be protected. But anyway, I also see number of opportunities. Again, I see the opportunities of my group considered as minority groups using technology to express their views, their opinion, and the role of ICHAR is to ensure that their right expression online can be protected as their rights offline.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Opportunity for a final word. Well, in that case, we can probably bring the session to a close. I think I can speak on behalf of all my fellow contributors to the special issue of the Journal of Human Rights that it's been an honour and a privilege to be with you this morning. Particularly, I can see those of you there in the auditorium at the University of Jember. Greetings to you all once again from those of us who are simply in this virtual reality. As Yuyun was just saying, it is itself testament to the opportunity that exists for being able to do increased advocacy work and educational work around human rights, that we have these opportunities. And it is perhaps one of the silver linings of the COVID pandemic that many of us have come to realise them a lot more fully than we had previously. Although having said that, I think a lot of people have also come to experience Zoom fatigue in a way that may not have been anticipated. But once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Thank you to my panelists and to my co-editor, Matthew Davis, who is not with us here this morning, and especially to Her Excellency Yuyun Warren Ingram for being a central part of both the opportunity to speak this morning and the broader opportunity around our special issue with the Journal of Human Rights. So with that, thank you once again, and I'll hand back to the organisers.
Can I have a request for organizer to put us, the speakers together? Can you put the spotlight to all the speakers so we can have a group picture? Because we cannot be there in person. Okay. Okay, so I can take picture here. 1, 2, 3. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you, organizer.
Thank you, organiser. Thank you, Yuyun.
I will send the picture.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Yuyun, for the plenaries, and also Anthony, thank you very much for chairing the very great plenary. That is the end of the first plenaries, and the next agenda is break. So we have coffee. I'm sorry to not to offer you coffee and tea, and also some cakes for everyone in the Zoom. So you can leave the Zoom now because we are going to enjoy coffee break. Okay, everyone. So coffee break is in the second floor. We have 10 minutes to break, and after that we will split out in panels in the first panel. So the first panel will be in this plenary room, and then the second and third will be, I think, around this second floor, and then the third floor. No, I mean this is the third floor, and the fourth plenary will be in the second floor. Please enjoy the coffee break and come back to the room at 10 to 10. Yeah, 10. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
George, all of the reminder emails went to an old email address.
26 20.
Recording in progress.
Uh, Thank you for coming to this panel section. Now we will start with the first panel, which the theme is Justice and Rights of Indigenous and Local People. You can read the abstracts on the page 17. We have 4 articles that write by Dr. Venetia Vanier from Faculty of Law, University of Patimura University, and the second Miss Evita Rosianti from University of Jember, and the third is Dr. Batamena from Patimura University, and the fourth is from Mr. Lian Aprilina Modingrinat from Gajah Mada University. Does all the speakers already on the room, Zoom room? Okay. Does Mbak Evita can hear my voice or?
Yes, yes, I can
Okay.
hear you. Am I audible?
Since all the speaker doesn't, only Mbak Evita who came in this panel section, we have at least 1 hour to discuss your paper about the uncertainty of the right to health during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please, the operator can share the screen so we can see Mbak Evita presentation.
Moderator, I
Okay.
already sent my my presentation to what is it? To anishars@gmail.com. Is it already received?
I'm sorry. You want me to help to share your?
Yeah, share
Okay.
my screen, or should I share my screen?
If you want to
Well, I
share
guess
by
it
yourself.
is easier. It is easier if you could help me.
Okay, I will look. The IT team, can you help me to find the presentation from Mbak Evita? Oh, Mbak Evita, if you don't mind, you can share and manage your own presentation files.
Okay, then wait. Actually, I already sent to this via Zoom message my presentation. Is it there in chat?
Wait, we'll try to. I'm sorry, I cannot find any chat in this Zoom chat.
To Dean Novanto, because he or she asked me to send my PPT, or
If you don't mind, you can share it again.
it's there. Okay, may I start?
We can see on the Zoom meeting, but not on the Videotron. Please, the operator. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but this hybrid system still make us confused. So please,
It's okay.
hello, Mbak Avita. Since our team still
Yes.
try to find your presentation file, would you mind to start your presentation? Or you can share by your own screen, because on the Videotron now we can see your picture on the screen.
Okay. Is it okay without the PPT? Without the presentation?
I think we have to start directly because we run out of time.
Okay, okay. Okay, wait. Okay, good morning. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Evita Rosyanti Ramadhani. I'm a lecturer on Faculty of Law, University of Jember. Today, I would like to actually to present our paper, but since there is technical problem, so we couldn't share our presentation yet, which I wrote with my colleagues, Ms. Safira Anggraini, Bachelor of Law, with the title "The Uncertainty of the Right to Health in Indonesia During COVID-19 Pandemic." Let me start. Wait. Okay. In
Since you
December
are the co-host,
2019,
I think you can
an
share the file.
Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Is it already there?
Not yet.
Okay, wait. Maybe my colleagues can share the presentation. Miss Safira, could you help me?
Okay, I try to share screen, Miss.
Well, Mr. Harry, could you see our presentation?
Yes, now we can see your presentation, but please, maybe it will be easier to see if you, okay, full screen. Thank you. Go on, start
Okay.
the presentation, your presentation.
Okay. In slide 2, Miss Safira. Yes, in December 2019, an outbreak of pneumonia caused by the coronavirus occurred in Wuhan, Hubei province, and has spread rapidly throughout China. On January 30, 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 as a global public health emergency. The beginning of the spread of COVID-19 in Indonesia, the government officially announced the first COVID-19 case in Indonesia on March 2, 2020. It became the starting point of the COVID-19 pandemic as a public health emergency that has put great pressure and impact on the world, including Indonesia. Next. Slide 3. Surprisingly, when in a serious condition, there are parties who take advantages of the situation for personal gain and ignore public health massively, as happened at Kuala Namu International Airport, Deli Serdang, North Sumatra. After investigation, it turned out that Kimia Pharma officers on duty at the airport claimed that the tools used to take samples of prospective passengers at Kuala Namu Airport were used goods washed back with water. This certainly surprised many parties and ignited public anger in the midst of a health emergency situation. Next. Basically, the right to health and the right to life is a mandate of the NRI Constitution of 1945. In the preamble of the 1945 NRI Constitution, paragraph 4, the duty of the state is to protect the welfare of all nations and citizens. Article 28A of the NRI Constitution of 1945 states that everyone has the right to live and maintain his life. Then Article 28H, paragraph 1 of the NRI Constitution of 1945 states that everyone is entitled to a good and healthy living environment and entitled to health services. And we can also see in law number 39 of 1999 on human rights, Article 9, that everyone has the right to live, to maintain life, and improve their standard of living. Everyone has the right to live peacefully, happily, prosperously, born and inward. And also everyone deserves a good and healthy environment. Next. For the situation that occurred in this pandemic period, public health rights are clearly disturbed. Both healthy communities in maintaining their health and the community as patients who have suffered from disease and struggle to recover in this pandemic period. Related to the mandate of the 1945 NRI Constitution, Article 28H 1 of the 1945 Constitution becomes a very interesting question to discuss. To discuss further about fulfilling the right of everyone to live a prosperous life born and inward. Has the community obtained a good environment, healthy and gained certainty for good health services in the pandemic period? Next. Referring to this, Komnas HAM, in accordance with the authority stipulated in Law 39 of 1999 on human rights, drafted standards of norms and regulation SNP to develop conditions conducive to the implementation of human rights in accordance with Pancasila, the NRI Constitution of 1945, the UN Charter, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Standard of Norms and Regulations on the Right to Health, letter C, number 25, explain that the phrase, the highest attainable standard of health, means that the level of health that can be enjoyed by everyone must be the highest health condition and supported by maximum resources, and everyone is entitled to the services, facilities, and conditions necessary to prevent, restore, and mitigate poor health. Referring to the standard of norms and regulation on the right to health is essentially a fundamental human right for the exercise of other human rights, and everyone has the right to enjoy the highest standard of health that can be reached. The right to health is not only meant as the right of everyone to be healthy or to be free from disease. However, the right to health is the right to obtain and enjoy the highest standard of health that can be achieved for every person by nature, that every human being is born free and equal. Next. In general, there are three options carried out by countries in the world in overcoming the COVID-19 crisis. One, the declaration of state of emergency under the Constitution. Second, the use of existing of new emergency legislation dealing with public health or national disasters. And three, the passing of new emergency legislation. The government tried to interpret that the COVID-19 crisis was not an emergency caused by a security disruption. This is evidenced by the absence of emergency personnel according to Article 12 of the 1945 Constitution. The reluctance to involve Article 12 of the 1945 Constitution is none other than because of the view that this article is considered an embodiment of the authority of authoritarianism from the president. So the article is the only article that allows the state to conduct crisis management when various threats are actually present, threatening the existence of the states. Then the government chose to use ordinary laws in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, namely law number 6 of 2018 and law number 24 of 2007. The policy is reflected by the establishment of public health emergency status through Presidential Decree number 11 of 2020 and non-natural disaster emergency through Presidential Decree number 12 of 2020. And so the next slide will be presented by my colleagues, Ms. Safira Anggraini. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Avita. I will continue to present our paper. As we know from the explanation from Ms. Avita, previously said that the government has taken various measures to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. And now I will focus on right to health of non-COVID-19 patients. In the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic directly affect health access for everyone. Every health worker and management of healthcare facilities such as hospital, health center, clinic, and other experience was overcrowding and focused on preparing for COVID-19. World Health Organization stated that 53% of countries that have been surveyed state that treatment service for hypertension are disrupted. And then 49% of countries declared that treatment for diabetes and diabetes-related complication is also impaired. And then 42% declared that cancer treatment impaired, and then 31 declared that cardiovascular emergencies is impaired. And then next slide is on our presentation shows a diagram as we could see together. It's about 4 waves of COVID-19 pandemic that will be faced by our healthy care system. The wave of pain ended from COVID-19 as you can see in this red line. This is a first wave. This is expected to still hit the healthcare system for a long time, as we know that people who have been exposed to the COVID-19 virus can be reinfected with this coronavirus. And then second wave is this green line. The second wave is the hospital financial crisis, as you can see. Generally, this wave is caused by the income of hospital decreased during pandemic, especially in private hospital. And then in the next wave is increase of infection, stress, and fatigue of health workers, as you can see in this line. As we know, during pandemic, health workers work with long hours, including public pressure for them to provide the best service. And then the last wave is fourth wave. You can see these blue lines. This wave occurs because during the pandemic, there is a phenomenon of delays in seeking treatment carried out by people with chronic disease such as cancer, heart, kidney failure, and stroke. Delays in treatment can have a serious effect for the patient. Globally, according to BBC research data, 130,000 non-COVID-19 patients die from not getting proper health care. And the next slide. Actually, for Indonesia, there is no data related to how many people have died as a direct result of the coronavirus outbreak. But some cases of death suspected to be due to indirect pandemics have occurred in the community, as we could see together in this picture. This is a case about a child in Ambon named Rafa, who died from having to go back and forth in several hospitals for treatment. And actually, there's also other cases of a pregnant woman in Makassar who miscarried due to treatment in hospital. And then kidney failure patients in Jabodetabek who died allegedly due to slow blood washing service.
We are sorry for the connection, Wi-Fi connection. Hopefully we still can hear Ms. Evita presentation, hopefully. Does Ms. Evita already join our Zoom? Can we continue the presentation? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, I think until now our technical team still find difficulty to connect with the Wi-Fi. I'm not trying to replace Ms. Evita presentation, but in her presentation, we can see that Ms. Evita and her colleagues try to, okay, wait. Hello, Ms. Evita.
Yes.
Please continue. Sorry for the connection.
Okay. I will continue.
Yes, please.
Screen. Okay. Is that okay?
Go on, continue your presentation.
I will continue. Actually, for Indonesia, there is no data related to how many people have died as a direct result of the coronavirus outbreak. But some cases of death suspected to be due to indirect pandemics have occurred in the community, as could we see together in this picture. This is a case about the child in Ambon named Rafa who died from having to go back and forth in several hospitals for treatment. And actually, there is also other cases, a pregnant woman in Makassar treatment in the hospital, and kidney failure patient in Jabodetabek who died allegedly due to slow blood washing service. Even though the situation of this COVID pandemic it does not mean the right to health of citizens of Indonesia is ignored, especially if the patient condition is already in a critical condition, that every person shall have to right to live and to defend his or her life and existence, as granted by the laws and regulation in Indonesia. And the next slide, this is the conclusion. The right to health is officially a positive legal right protected by the government as stated in the Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia in 1945. The state is obligated to fulfill the health rights of every citizen who need health care without exception as a consequence of the inclusion of that right in the country's constitution. In this COVID-19 pandemic, adaptation and innovation are needed that take into account the limitation of healthcare resource and capacity. Adaptation must be done with good coordination and adjustment to existing regulation, so that the regulation of service delivery in the context of COVID-19 can be maintained as long as it continues and after the end of this pandemic, both COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 patients. And that's all of our presentation. I would like to thank to the audience for the attention today. And anyone have any question, I would like to open up the discussion. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting research from Ms. Evita and Ms. Safira. Is it anyone in the Zoom meeting or in this room want to share their opinion or their questions about the issues about uncertainty of the right to health during the COVID pandemic? Is it anyone? I think I need to address some issues. I'm very interesting about your first, I don't know, the first or the second or the third about the Kuala Namu airport cases. I don't know if we try to see in comedical perspective. A few years ago, maybe 1 decade ago, we think about reuse, recycle, and reduce. But in this pandemic cases, we find Indonesian people very creative to contextualize the concept of reusing the health test, the what is called the PCR or something else. It's intermezzo, but I think it's very good starting point to see how our community become adaptive in the bad way from the negative point of view. However, regarding your presentation and also your abstract, I want to ask some essential issues. In my opinion, as a sociologist, we have concept that called anomaly, the situation that called anomaly, where there's no norms, there's no law, there's no specific rules that can use specifically, but we have to adapt. We have to find new rules or maybe new consensus about how we can live in this situation. Based on your research, your empirical and also literature research, do you have any point of view what people can discuss or to try to find consensus about how they live in this pandemic. Since not all our citizens believe what is pandemic or what is COVID. And the second, the government still try to adapt, but some researcher or our citizens say that there's no rules that they can what is called, they can obey the rules because the rule always change time to time and there's no socialization at all. Do you have any opinion about the uncertainty and also which law we can use in this pandemic situation? Is it the law of health can ensure us to have a healthier situation, or do we need more legal standing to maintain our situation as a state, as a nation state who still try to increase their economic life? Please share your opinion, Mbak Evita or Mbak Safira. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I would like to try to share my opinion. So, I guess indeed there is no law that exactly can be used to share the problem in this COVID pandemic, especially when it comes to law that will be obeyed by the citizens, since as we know that our citizens most likely difficult to obey to something new that they didn't experiencing in real life, I guess. So in my opinion, the only thing they will obey the rules of the law is when they sees with their real eyes, or in maybe their relatives or their neighbor getting affected by the COVID-19, so they will realize that it is real situations. So they will obey and they will follow the rules. I guess that's my opinion. Maybe Ms. Safira could add some points.
No, I think it's enough. Me?
Okay, thank you for your opinion and your point of view about our uncertain situation. And in the chat room, we have one question from Miss Dita. If you can read the chat room, please. You can respond and share your opinion, particularly about the indigenous people during the pandemic situation. Please.
Okay, I will try to. Read it first. Okay, I will try to answer. In my opinion, the significant impact on indigenous communities and local communities is where when it comes to the right to health, because in COVID pandemic, every personnel on health, on what it's called, every personnel in healthcare focuses on COVID-19 patients. So when it comes, so when they sick or they got sick because of another disease beside of COVID, they will be what is called wait. May I answer it in Indonesia, in bahasa?
Please do.
Ya, oke. Menurut saya kalau untuk indigenous peoples and local communities itu akan terkesampingkan hak-haknya, karena tenaga kesehatan saat COVID-19 pandemik ini berlangsung semua pasien. Jadi apabila ada lain yang menderita sakit selain dikarenakan oleh COVID, maka akan terkesampingkan karena fokusnya tuh masih di COVID gitu. Jadi yang diutamakan adalah pasien COVID. Menurut saya seperti itu. Mungkin bisa ditambahkan, Ms. Safira?
Iya, kurang lebihnya sama sebenarnya. Can I ask with Indonesia?
Please.
It's okay?
It's okay.
Jadi menurut saya ya sama dengan apa yang sudah disampaikan sama Bu Evita, bahwasannya kita lebih ke arah non-COVID pasien. Jadi mereka ini dengan keadaan sudah kritis pun mereka terabaikan dengan adanya pandemi COVID. Bukankah mereka juga salah satu dari warga negara Indonesia? Mereka juga haknya juga dilindungi oleh Undang-Undang Dasar. Jadi mungkin kita lebih fokusnya ke situ. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. Although Ms. Evita and Ms. Safira did not have a direct answer to the issue of local community, however, we can see the consequences of how our state still, our government, I'm sorry, I'm not, I think it's not appropriate to use our state. Our government still try their best to maintain and to manage how we can fight back this pandemic, or we can survive. But the main issues is how this uncertain situation have to adapt by our government and our people, and this become our future agenda, because as a nation state we need to collaborate and maybe find some alternative to not only focus on pandemic patient but also non-pandemic patient. I think it's the main issue that addresses by Ms. Evita and Ms. Safira Anggraini. Please give applause to the speaker. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have the second presenter, Mr. Lian Aprilian Sumodindingrat. If you want to join in this chair, please come to the front and we can discuss your research. Take your time, Mas.
Sorry.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce ourselves. My name is Johan Arsha Nabila, and this is Aprilian Sumodiningrat. We are from college student Gajah Mada University. We will presentation our paper about discrimination against Papuan ethnic minority groups viewed from human rights perspective. In this research, we use social legal study, status approach, as well as a review on the non-legal aspect of the social reality that is currently happening in the Papuan ethnic minority groups. In the first part, will be presented by Mr. Aprilian.
Okay, can we get the presentation in the board, please? Or we just begin, Mr. Okay. Why we use socio-legal study in this research? Please, number 3. Okay. This research use socio-legal study because we state that there are 3 elements of legal system from the argument of Lawrence Friedman, that 3 legal system is, the first is structure of legal structure, legal substance, and legal culture. Then in this research or in this paper, we use the socio-legal to criticize the legal culture and in our open society, and then legal culture in our criminal justice legal officers in our state. Presentation, sorry. And then racial discrimination is not new in Indonesia. In the era of the Suharto regime, we know the ethnic Chinese people whom they accuse of being the mastermind of the state uproar atau then Chinese allies or Communist Party atau PKI gitu, we call PKI. And then the Chinese also prohibited from celebrating their traditional culture holidays, such Chinese New Year, Imlek. This state in Presidential Instruction or Impress number 14, 1967, which states that all matters related to Chinese culture should not be shown in public. Then, discrimination against Papuan ethnics today has occurred in various forms, such as at films. Maybe in 2016, this film called Diam Diam Suka. These films showed the describing Papua as low-value people, primitive, stupid, strange, and other people from Indonesian nation. It means they are what it called state insurgency, maybe. And then in this film, now we have KPI as a film censorship agency. We then ask, where is the KPI? This case was never give a response. by the KPI or punishment or take down by the KPI. Just flow. Okay. Then social stigma. Most Papuans shunned because they are black. Considered foolish. Most people close nose when adjacent to them. Disrespect, give negative stigma to Papuan, seems unfriendly and less sociable, and many other things. This issue will certainly trigger social disintegration, where the existing event will be the fruit of an explosion through a series of mass of each lasts long enough and takes place continuously. Then Mas Papua using word pace to call them close friend, and pace is same like niga, if we know. Niga is nigger or negro, but if it used by close friend, it doesn't matter. But if we don't know each other, then both words have meaning that contain discrimination. Pace, often used by most people to call Papuan people. This confirmed by our two respondents that we deep interviewing. There is Eta and Manir. Then, according to them, Pace was quite a derogatory call. This is because Pace means old people, and this phrase should not used by the same age friend, especially if it's based on ethnic differences. Then we have a law that regulating the social discrimination and
yelled and grabbed the stiff into the land. Next, from the cases that I explained, there are actions taken by official, community, organizations, civil society, and public figures who fall into the category of forms of racial and race discrimination that has been regulated in Law 40 on 2008, namely Article 4, letter B, number 1 and number 2. Discrimination against Papuan is not only limited in racist speech, but also action even in law enforcement. Law enforcement in reality tends to be discrimination towards Papuan. In fact, some perpetrators of racial and ethnic discrimination are not processed legally. So the purpose of the law, according to Gustav Redbruch, is to obtain legal justice, legal certainty, and legal benefits is not reachable. However, in reality, what happens is the opposite. The conflict on Papua, finally, the government regulates on law number 35 of 2008 concerning about formulate with the intention of protecting the Papua Melanesian. We call Papua natives or orang asli Papua. So about the discrimination treatment is make an impact on other violations of human rights, like civil and political rights, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights. The conflict that occurs in Papua is a systemic racism, that is the understanding or concept that a particular race or tribe considered superior and other race or tribe inferior in people's life. This is understanding maintained and passed down continuously in generation. Human rights violation in the form of racial and ethnic discrimination, not only in the form of physical conflict, but also through politicized issues by the government, like such executive, legislative, and judicial and law enforcement practice. Although we had a regulation, we have ratified Convention about Human Rights, that not showing that Indonesia cares about human rights in the international eyes. Moreover, in practice, is still very lacking in reflecting non-discriminatory attitude. So political will and commitment of law enforcement and the government are needed in order to eliminate racial and ethnic discrimination in Papua in particular, in Indonesia in general. The next is by...
And the conclusion of our paper is the law enforcement for racial discrimination against ethnic Papuan is often triggered with law enforcement officers' disregard for discrimination. On several occasions, law enforcement officer has been the actor of that responsible for racial discrimination. In addition, the media should not be promote acts of discrimination against ethnic Papuans, which once tended to be neglected by the government to censor media in violation of the provision of the law on the elimination of ethnic and racial discrimination. Conclusion number 2, the practice of regulation on elimination of racial and ethnic discrimination is still severely lacking, especially in Papuans atau orang asli Papua. This racial and ethnic discrimination has a domino effect, namely the emergence of other human rights violations. The government needs to do maximum protection against ethnic Papuans as well as all citizens to be free from ethnic and racial discrimination. And our recommendation is a concrete step to slowly for create society that is free from discrimination is the planting of multiculturalism values. Meanwhile, the basic education of law enforcement officials also needs to be emphasized on the value of humanism, multiculturalism, so that implementation of this value can be well implemented. The Indonesian government should realize the political will to enforce the law against perpetrators of discrimination and violence and the Papuan ethnic groups as an effort to realize human rights goals, namely fulfillment, enforcement, and protection of human rights. Maybe that's all for you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Please big applause to Mas Aprilia and Mbak Jihan. I'm sorry I cannot access the Zoom, so I cannot see is there any question that addressed by the participant online. However, is there any question from this room? Please, if you has any question. Oh, not yet. Okay. Since we don't have many speakers at this one questions, please show it at the Zoom so we can read together what the question is. Aduh. Please respond and give your opinion or your theoretical point of view.
Okay, I get the questions. That the question is, are the special autonomy or autonomy law is make a difference or making more discrimination to Papuan? Maybe I said yes. I will give the example the pemilu, hukum pemilu. What is the general election in Papua is regulated by Noken. Nah, based on our deep interview with our two respondent, they disagree for the regulating of Noken, and then not just Noken with other but if the autonomy law is not just only in Papua, but the government have a meaning about the autonomy law. So we cannot what is menyalahkan. Yes, we cannot blame all of the autonomy is bad or all autonomy is good. But in some law, the autonomy is bad because there is a problem with discrimination. Okay, maybe that's all my opinion. Maybe Jihan.
I edit the answer. I think the spatial autonomy is needed in Papua because along history and the condition in Papua different from Java, like that. So the special treatment is needed from government to growing condition in there, growing the SDM, the people in there, so they can growing up like the other provinces, like that. So I think the special autonomy in this time to Papuan is important, like that. Sure.
Thank you. Is there any questions? If there's no one give their question, I want to discuss some essential issues. Many of time you mentioned about the orang asli Papua. However, I don't know what is the specific concept of orang asli Papua. For example, on your interview, when they said that, I don't know in which categories your informant is, but I imagine that your informant is educated middle class who came to Java and study a lot about democracy, about how what is called human right and other perspective. And in this context, do we still have the essential and authentic concept about orang asli Papua? The first issues. And the second issues, I'm also following the first question about special autonomy. I don't want to see as a person who stayed behind our government policy, but if we try to electing Papuan people today, do you think they will choose to live under Indonesia government, or they will maintain their own freedom? Because this point of view is important to us to elaborate in which specific context of human right we want to discuss about Papuan people. For example, if we want to see from the political and economic perspective, we can read many of report from BPS or from Bapenas or from governmental report that the investment is become main issues that sent by the government to Papua. But still many of people does not see this is the okay. 5 minutes again. What your opinion about the political and economy issues, and what your main concept or the main idea about the orang asli Papua, please?
Okay, I will answer the questions about concept of orang asli Papua or the Papua native. There is a difference between Papuan native and Papuan ethnic. Papuan ethnic is not native because they have to live in Java or outside the Papua in a long time, and then they have no home in Papua anymore. So we don't get interview for them because they have many friends and they have many adaptation before. So there's no problem in Papuan ethnics that have not home in Papua. But orang asli Papua means is the native Papua that have home in Papua. So they came here to study, or they came here to get job, get life. But they live not longer than 2 years maybe, and in some cases my interview was interviewed by 4 years living people Papua, and then that's all about concept of orang asli Papua is the main idea of our research. And then autonomy law, about the autonomy law is in Papua, the Noken in the general election is just regulated for three kabupaten or so, but in realities there is so much problem in there because the Noken is not a democratic values, and this is confirmed by our two respondent, and one respondent are from the one of 3 regency that regulating the Noken. So there is a problem in Noken. Maybe
the last question about Papua in government Indonesia or freedom by their own. I think if Indonesia still do military approach to Papua, I think we can melepaskan Papua from Indonesia, freedom gitu. Because the problem in Papua is always use approach military, and I think it make them so mad at Indonesian government. So I think if Indonesian want Papua still in Indonesia, so we have to move the approach, I think, like that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good answer from the Mas Aprilian and Mbak Jihan. Once again, please give applause to the presenter. Thank you. And our time is our schedule is now. We will have lunch. So all the participant or the presenter in this room, please take your time to take a lunch and maybe do some ritual or religion activity. Thank you and see you on the next section at 1:30. Seksi selanjutnya akan kami beritahu selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can.
Yep. How are you?
I'm good. And how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good too. Where are you from?
I'm from University Malaya.
Oh, Malaya. Okay. Yeah. So it's a neighboring country. Yeah.
Yes.
I found it difficult a bit to enter this room, but yeah, now the problem is fixed. So everybody's here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start the second panel. We are already late, about 10 minutes. So I think within a few minutes, we are going to start the panel. Moderator, Dr. Manunggal, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But I think we need to switch off the music.
Test, test.
We need to mute the music first. Thank you.
Test, test.
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So now we have the second panel from University of Jember, Catherine Nicole Lopez, Ideals, Fadlia Faradila, as Rena Begum, Abdul Hamid, and the moderator and or the chair for this panel will be Dr. Manunggal Kusumawardaya. He is a member of the Indonesian Consortium for Human Rights lecturer of SPAM Indonesia, where he previously also became a chair for the SPAM Indonesia from 2010 to 2015 or 16 before my period. So without further ado, I give the floor to Dr. Manunggal to chair this panel. Time is yours, please.
Thank you, my friend Hanif. Good afternoon, everyone. As been introduced by Hanif, my name is Manunggal Wardaya, and I'm currently a human rights law lecturer from UNSUD, Sudirman University, in Central Java, Indonesia. This afternoon, the session have been appointed as the panel.
Recording in progress.
Wait, Dr. Manunggal, please wait a second because we still have some technical problem.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
Okay, can we start? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manunggal Wardaya, and I'm from Sudirman University, Purwokerto, Central Java, Indonesia. And I've been appointed as the panel chair here for this session entitled States and Human Rights in the Face of COVID-19. We have already several presenters here. First is Muhammad Bahrul Ulum from Jember University, and secondly Ms. Azira Begum binti Abdul Hamid, and then we have also Fadlia Faradila, and then last but not least Catherine Nicole Lopez. The theme today is very interesting, as we know that nearly all countries all over the globe has faced global pandemic, COVID-19, and different states have different approach to tackle the problem. This session we will be learning about how governments impose their laws and but on the other hand still fulfill their obligations for human rights. The first presenters should be Mr. Bahrul Ulum. Are you with me, Mr. Bahrul Ulum? Are you with us? Yeah. Because yesterday Mr. Ulum contacted me that he could not attend this session, but I want to make sure. Mr. Ulum? Okay, Mr. Ulum is not with us, so I'll be giving the time to Azrina Begum. Are you with us?
Yes, yeah. I am here. Yes, yes.
Yeah, Ms. Azrina,
Recording in progress.
You have, as you know, 20 minutes to present your papers. The time is yours. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let me share my slides. Hold on. Right. Can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Hezrina Begum binti Abdul Hamid. So my topic today is on the criminalization of rights in the time of COVID, the Malaysian Emergency Ordinance 2. Okay, so I will be just taking you through how this emergency ordinance has actually eroded and encroached and even criminalized a lot of the basic rights because of COVID-19. So, as you can see, the Emergency Essential Powers Number 2, Ordinance 2021, that is the full name of this law, is effective from 12 March 2021 until 1st August 2021. So the ordinance is intended to combat the activities of production and dissemination of untrue news. So pursuant to Article 4.1 of the ordinance, any process of producing untrue news so as to cause fear or concern to the public, if convicted, is punishable by a fine not exceeding 100,000 ringgit or a fine not exceeding 3 years or both. So the ordinance also states that those who abet in any conduct of any offence may be punished under this ordinance in accordance with the law.
Excuse me, Ms. Asina.
Yes.
Can you please make a full presentation? Your file? A full presentation.
Full presentation? I don't understand.
Yeah. I mean, it's like not full slideshow, you know.
Pardon? Again?
A full slideshow of your presentation. The slideshow. Yeah. And the right corner, right?
I don't understand. I don't understand what you want me to do.
A full display of your presentation. Full display.
Full display. How do I do it? I don't know.
You have the picture of what do you call it? That one in the right corner, in the downside.
Okay.
Yeah, then you click that.
In the right corner.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. This one. This one. Ah, okay.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So, right. Can you all see it as I said? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh. I'm not, I don't know what I clicked just now, so.
That's okay, that's all right. Just continue.
Okay, all right. Okay. Yes, so that is about the emergency ordinance. So the under the ordinance, the untrue news would include any news, information, data, and reports that are wholly or partly false relating to COVID-19. So it also includes the untrue news about the proclamation of emergency, whether in visuals, audio, words, ideas, etc. So these are the, so basically this ordinance, we call it the fake news. And it actually gives a lot of powers to the police on top of the powers that they already have. So that becomes problematic because the how they define the fake news is up to although there is a explanation on what is fake news, but the assessment is left on the law enforcers to make that assessment. So that becomes problematic. So as I've said, there is the police are given the additional powers to carry out. The police are given the additional powers on top of the powers that they already have to arrest citizens who they feel are spreading or making untrue statements, and this becomes problematic, but because there is an unclear demarcation or distinction between fake news and criticism. So there is a very fine line there. So it depends on how the officers look at it. Is it fake news? For us, it may it may be just criticisms. So it is our right on freedom of expression. But maybe to the police and to the authorities, it becomes they're not comfortable with it. They may look at it as fake news. So that becomes problematic. So people will be at risk of being arrested for criticizing, which actually defeats the fundamental human rights of a person on freedom of expression. Okay? So if you look at the COVID-19 stringency index, Malaysia is a country that has relatively strict laws in dealing with COVID-19. So this COVID-19 stringency index is being created by Oxford University. There's this Oxford tracker. So they grade, okay, the grading is calculated from 1 to 100. And 1 is the least stringent and 100 is the most stringent. So Malaysia is graded at 73.61 per 100 and Singapore at 50.93, Thailand at 47.22, Indonesia at 68.98, that's quite high also. Philippines at 67.13 and Myanmar at 77.31. But for Myanmar, their country is experiencing political unrest and civil war. So it is understandable that, you know, they have these strict laws during COVID. So of course, with all those laws, these fake news laws that curtail and a lot of the rights of the citizens in Malaysia, there comes criticism. So the first criticism is that the restriction on the freedom of individuals itself. And then the second is the tension or contradiction between public safety and individual rights. So you have a situation where you have this the sovereign, the state would say that we need laws to maintain the safety and security of public. But then at the same time, it encroaches the individual rights, even the basic rights. And then the third is the existence of other laws for causing public fear or intimidation. So on top of all the other laws that we have, there is also this another law that makes it even easier to be charged. So sometimes, like I said, the main thing is that the wordings of this untrue news is very vague. So sometimes you don't know whether you're just, you think that you're criticizing, but it's being viewed as fake news and you can be charged. Fourth is that it's far more invasive of an individual's privacy than previously provided for under the repealed Fake News Act. So we had the Fake News Act, but this one is far more invasive because for this new law, the police can order you to give your password, decrypt, you know, all whatever codes. So, you know, you do not have any privacy in that sense. And then it's intent to cause or likely to cause fear. So it's just, if you're just being suspected, they don't have to prove that you really did it. Even if you are suspected or likely to cause, meaning likely to be suspected, so you can be charged as well. And it can be, and then, so it constitutes an offense. So that's definitely worrying. So this apology, so in the event that you are found to be disseminating fake news, among others, is that you will be asked to give an apology, and failure to comply would be another offense which is punishable with fine or prison. So you have that offense, and then you come and then you get on another offense if you fail to comply. And then this powers given to the police is not defined in the Ordinance 2. So it's just under the Police Act that the police is given the powers as the normal Police Act. But this extra powers given is not clearly defined in this ordinance. Also, the officer that's authorized under the Communications and Multimedia Act is not trained as a police officer. So according to this Fake News Act, this Ordinance 2, they will have the same powers of search, seizure, enforcement, investigation, and arrest as a police officer. So they are not police officer, but you know, by virtue of this authorized officer in the Fake News Act, they would have that same powers. So it becomes very worrying. And you have to comply to orders, as I said, failure of which you will constitute an offense. And then in the normal Evidence Act that is being used in the courts in Malaysia, so by virtue of these acts, this protection under the Evidence Act is overridden. For example, you have to administer caution, you have to the statement has to be voluntary and all that. So all this is overridden just through fake news, because they can compel you to give things. You have to prove that you are not wrong, even if before you've been charged. So a lot of that. And then you can be prosecuted based on hearsay evidence. So as we know, hearsay evidence is evidence that is not obtained from the source. So just because someone tells you that, oh, that person did it, that becomes good enough evidence, and that can be enough to prosecute you. So that is problematic in that sense. And then, like I said, no caution administered on statements that's given. And then the police can seize documents without warrant. So normally they would need a warrant, but then now they can just come and they can use this ordinance and they say that, I suspect that you have certain things, certain documents, certain materials on your phone, and they can just simply seize it. And then, so with all this, you have to defend yourself even before being charged. So there is this abuse of Ordinance 2, which is, there is this risk, okay? Because this ordinance can be misused and misinterpreted. And of course, having this kind of like a blanket authority would give that leeway for the authorities to actually arrest the dissidents, anyone who dissents. You see, so it can be misused easily. And then also it provides impunity to the government to carry out arbitrary arrest and detention, because you cannot, according to this act, you cannot question the powers. So even if they do something, they come and seize and arrest you, you cannot sue them for that, because they are perfectly entitled to do that. So that provides impunity for them. So it's quite glaring and visible, obvious that this ordinance itself is a derogation of rights. And it's being implemented on the expense of the citizens foregoing their rights and subjected to a plethora of rules. So the practical laws are to combat COVID-19 while preserving and safeguarding the health of the people and respecting citizens' personal rights. So this should be the ideal one. So for Ordinance 2, there have been 21 papers that's been opened by the prosecution. 10 persons have been charged. It may be a small number, but then if you can see, it has caused a lot of fear among the public. And even those who are being charged are like tuition teachers because of because that person is said to have disseminated something from the WhatsApp. The other one is a housewife. So if we look at it, our evaluation may be just one of those messages that we get. But unfortunately, it's being looked at as fake news. Okay, so that is all on my side for this presentation. Thank you. Any questions? Anything you all want to ask?
Mr. Chair, Dr. Manunggal, are you still with us? Because I don't want to intervene your authority to run this panel. Okay, I think our moderator is out for a while. So I have to take over the panel, and now I act as the chair of this panel. So we move on to the next presenter, Ms. Catherine Nicole Lopez. Are you with us today?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, now is your time to present your paper. Can you speak a bit more loudly?
Hello. Can I be heard?
Yeah. Please.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna share my screen.
Wait a second. We need to add some volume because I cannot hear your voice very clearly.
Okay.
Check. Catherine Nicole, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Can I be heard?
Now it is more clearer. Okay, time is yours. You have 20 minutes to present your paper.
Okay, I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
Can my screen be seen?
Yes, I can see it.
All right, thank you. I'll begin. So, hang on. Sorry. There. Okay. So good afternoon. I will be presenting my paper. It's entitled Prioritizing Public Order over Public Health. It has case studies and policy recommendations regarding the Philippine government pandemic response and its impact on the human rights situation in the country. We begin with a definition of the frequent terms that I'll be using. First, we will AFP, which stands for Armed Forces of the Philippines. Barangay, it means the smallest government unit. It is the Filipino term for village or district. DILG, which is the Department of Interior and Local Government. IATF, EID, it stands for the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases. PNP stands for Philippine National Police. RA is Republic Act. RPC is our Revised Penal Code, while Barangay Tanod is a peacekeeping officer in the barangay, and they serve to augment the police force. All right, to provide background in the human rights situation in the Philippines, we begin with the UN report that was released in 2020. They covered data from the years 2015 to 2020, and it shows that since the start of the examined period, the primary focus of the Philippine government has been on public order and national security, often at the expense of due process, right to liberty, and rule of law. Further, in the Philippine context, there is no definition of a human rights violation outside the context of the martial law era in the 70s and 80s. With this in mind, our work has attempted to define an HRV. We include any act that is a search, arrest, or detention without a valid warrant, an infliction by a person acting in an official capacity or as an agent of the state of a physical injury or a violation of a human right. We also included frivolous suits against human rights defenders for being vocal against human rights violations. And we also included negligence or inaction of the state in providing protection for vulnerable groups, especially those affected by the quarantine regulations. Based on our work, we have encountered many cases, and we have selected 11 cases to show the national situation. This will provide a microcosm of what actually happens here in the country. These 11 cases have been classified to be concerning 1, the right to due process. We have 5 cases on that, 3 cases on the freedom of expression, and 3 on access to justice. We begin with the right to due process to provide the legal background in the Philippine context. We have the Constitution. It is under the Bill of Rights. It states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Further, in that same article, it also states that no person shall be held to answer for a criminal offense without due process. In the Philippines, criminal due process means that procedure that is established by the law or the rules must be followed in order for the state to assure that the state makes no mistake in taking the life or liberty of any person except those who are guilty. In any event, an arrest may only be made in connection to a crime or an offense. For an act to constitute a crime or felony, it must be prohibited and punishable by law. That is under our revised penal code. Given that legal background, here are the common or prevalent charges that have been now during the quarantine period. First of which is a violation of Article 151 of the revised penal code, otherwise known as the resistance and disobedience to a person in authority, or the agents of such person. In this crime has 2 elements. First, that there must be a lawful order, and then there must be a resistance or disobedience of that order. Second is a violation of RA 11332, also known as the Mandatory Reporting of Notifiable Diseases and Health Events of Public Health Concern Act. One of the violations under that law provides that non-cooperation of the person identified as having the notifiable disease or affected by the health event of public concern, this is a violation under that law. We begin with the case studies of A, B, and C. These are public market vendors. They were arrested by barangay market officials for a violation of Article 151 or resistance or disobedience to a lawful order. And in the official documents, the cause for arrest was not listening when told to go home. We also got from the official documents that they were arrested at around 5:20 p.m. However, upon reading the city ordinance, it states that the curfew is at 8 p.m., which goes to show that there was no legal basis for the arrest since there was no lawful order. This case was filed in court and it is undergoing trial at the moment. For the second case study, we have 2 people, D and E. These people were arrested at the police checkpoint en route to work, and they were charged with a violation of Article 151 again. Their cause for arrest was that they did not have a quarantine pass. They were detained for 3 months despite the maximum penalty for the crime is only 1 month imprisonment. A city ordinance also states that travel is allowed when accessing necessities or going to work. So this is another case where there's no legal basis for arrest, coupled with an unconscionable detention period. Next case is FGHINJ. These are 5 street vendors. They were arrested for violations of RA 11332 and a violation of a city ordinance. Their cause for arrest was that they violated social distancing protocols and obstructing traffic. However, there was no specified act which constituted the alleged violation of RA 11332. And further, in the documents, in the official documents, different city ordinances were stated. This is a violation of their right to be informed, which the right to be informed of nature and cause of accusation against the person forms part of their right to due process. Another case is K and L. These two were arrested by Barangay Tanod, or a barangay police, peacekeeping officer, for violation of RA 11332 and for the crime called unjust vexation. The crime of unjust vexation is an act which causes annoyance, irritation, torment, distress, or disturbance. This is a very old law created in the 1950s, which has not yet been repealed. We should also mention that one of the clients here was arrested inside his residence. In the official documents, the cause for arrest was not wearing face masks and shouting expletives. However, these two clients knew the arresting officer, but once they received the official documents, the actual arresting officer was different in the affidavit, the arresting officer who signed the affidavit. In this case, the charge for unjust vexation was filed in court. In this next study, M and N, they are 2 minors who left their house during community quarantine in order to buy food. Then they were arrested by a barangay official and a police officer. They were brought to the barangay hall or the community hall, and they were forced to stand under the heat of the sun and roll on cement roads. This is a blatant violation of their rights, as under our laws, no penalty should be executed except by virtue of final judgment and should not be in any form than that prescribed by law. Our next right concerns the freedom of expression. The Philippine Constitution states that no law shall be passed abridging the freedom of speech, expression of the press, or the right of the people to assemble. In 2020, the Philippine Congress enacted Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, which criminalizes inciting to terrorism. This penalizes speech, which is seen to be geared towards intimidating public, creating atmosphere of fear, etc. Basically, this criminalizes speech. This creates a chilling effect, which is understood to be a government action, which creates a tendency to intimidate the free exercise of one's constitutional rights. In the Philippines, red tagging, or the labeling of activists as terrorists or communists, is very dangerous, given that more than 100 activists have been killed since 2016. In this case study, the client O attended a demonstration protesting the Anti-Terrorism Act. Word in the community got around, and her residence was visited by 4 policemen while she was at the rally. These 2 of the policemen entered her home and searched it without a valid warrant, and only in the presence of a minor child. Later, the police officer took the name, contact number, and photo of the client. This is a violation of the Data Privacy Act under the Philippine law because the act requires disclosure of the purposes for collecting the information, the identity and contact details of the person storing the information, and to whom information will be shared. The next case study also involves a client attending a martial law commemoration rally. He was arrested by a barangay official for a violation of city ordinance. The official cause for arrest stated a violation of social distancing protocols. However, the attendees of the rally wore masks and they kept apart. And the city ordinance only prohibits mass gatherings when it would strain the planning and response resources of the city. In this case, we feel that there was a hastiness in making the arrest, and there was no determination whether that gathering even strained resources of the city. This next case is a person who operated a community pantry, which sprung up earlier this year due to the need to provide for those who no longer can access food. This person was approached by uniformed policemen while he was operating his pantry, and that they insisted that he give his name, address, and contact number. And this was recorded by the policeman. And despite the person asking, these police officers did not state the purpose for taking his information. Once again, this is a violation of the Data Privacy Act. The third relevant right we'd like to focus on is access to justice. In the Philippine Constitution, it states that free access to the courts and quasi-judicial bodies and adequate legal assistance shall not be denied to any person by reason of poverty. This means that the state guarantees that adequate legal assistance is available that is both free of charge and unhindered. There is also but given the reality of the Philippine situation, there are very clogged dockets. So another option would be to file with the Office of the Ombudsman if the complaint is regarding acts that are unreasonable, unfair, oppressive, discriminatory, improper, or inefficient, and they are committed by state agents. The Ombudsman is mandated to act upon the complaint immediately upon receipt. We have this first case study. He is a delivery driver who was barricaded in his own home by barangay authorities. This was brought on because they feared that he was a COVID-19 carrier, given the nature of his work. The state agents themselves violated the city ordinance prohibiting acts of discrimination against frontline workers, including delivery drivers. So a criminal case for arbitrary detention and violation of ordinance was filed against these barangay authorities. However, there has been constant resetting due to the failure of the prosecutor to appear for trial. An administrative case was filed with the Ombudsman in August 2020, and as of November 2021, there has been no action yet. Our second case study on this is when two people were physically assaulted by barangay officials and detained in the barangay hall or community hall. In this case, the state actors purposefully violated social distancing measures in order to terrorize them. The case was filed with the city prosecutor for physical injuries and illegal detention last August 2020. And as of November 2021, there has yet to be any action from the city prosecutor. Finally, we have the case of a daughter of a nurse who was working in a public hospital. She died due to COVID-19. Before this, she had been complaining that the hospital staff lacked PPE, had no regular testing schedule, and were frequently exposed to the virus. An administrative case was filed against the hospital director last October 2020, and on September 2021, the Office of the Ombudsman merely endorsed the complaint to the city mayor. In conclusion to the case studies we have presented, we have come up with three main points. First, that the punitive law enforcement does not alleviate the health crisis, it only worsens it. Second is that framing the pandemic as a war to justify enhanced police presence neglects the possible scientific solutions. Thirdly, that an aggressive approach to enforcing regulations damages the relationship between the people and the government and their government. This part is about the National Task Force Against COVID-19. So it is no surprise that the approach has been very militaristic given the composition of the task force that is the operational arm for government pandemic response. It's headed by the Department of National Defense. The vaccine czar, Carlito Galvez Jr., is the former chief of the armed forces. The contact tracing czar, Benjamin Magalong, is the retired deputy chief of PNP operations. The vice chairman of the IATF, Eduardo Año, is an army intelligence officer and former armed forces chief of staff. And the National Action Plan, which is meant to deal with COVID-19, is to be implemented by the DND, PNP, AFP, and DILG. Notably, there is no mention on the Department of Health or the Department of Science and Technology or any medical or scientific-based agency or institution. Given this, we have decided to present these policy recommendations. First, on non-custodial measures against quarantine violators, it is possible to instead of taking the quarantine violators into custody, that they can be required to perform community service instead, or an ordinance violation receipt be issued, which can be easily paid. Another recommendation is for the judiciary to release statements when the strict enforcement of penal laws result in an excessive penalty. This is a duty under our revised penal code, which states that when judges feel that the strict enforcement of penal laws would result in excessive penalty, they should take into consideration the malice of the act and the injury caused in order to submit this statement to the office of the president. Another recommendation is to raise the quantum of evidence for filing an information in court. In the Philippines, to file an information with the city prosecutor, it is only probable cause which is required. However, to convict a person for a crime, proof beyond reasonable doubt is required. So we believe that the gap between these two quanta of evidence is too broad, and should it be lessened, there may be less cases filed on flimsy grounds. Next is a passage of the bill penalizing red tagging. There has been already a Senate bill filed which penalizes the crime of accusing someone of being a terrorist or communist, subversive, or left-leaning when done by a state agent. Included in the proposed law is a penalty which includes perpetual disqualification from public office. Finally, the last recommendation is for law enforcers to engage in the community. In order for the community to trust the system, they must see that there is legitimacy in the operations. Law enforcers must employ a guardian mindset, which is aiming to solve the problems of the community, to listen to the people and educate the public, as opposed to a warrior mindset, which is more aggressive and leans towards arrest and detention. So that is it for my presentation.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. A very nice presentations on how COVID policies being implemented in the Philippines, and you also give several interesting recommendations to change the policy in the country. Thank you. And we have arrived to the next, maybe the last presenter, Ms. Fadila Faradila. Are you with us? Fadila Faradila. Hello? Ms. Fadila Faradila?
She is not here too. Perhaps we have to find in somewhere else.
Okay. So we that's all that we have today. session for this session. Ms. Lopez and
Yeah, I think we can continue with Q&A, Mr. Moderator. Yeah.
okay. To the audience, if you have questions, please raise your hands to those.
I have question to Catherine Lopez.
Yes, please.
During the pandemic, it is common in the Philippines where street vendor is increasing or decreasing because of some new rules and regulation from the government. Because in Indonesia, the number of street vendor is decreasing not because of the curfew, but because of the strict rules on the people mobility. We want to know about the street vendors situation in the Philippines during the COVID-19 pandemic.
So you ask Ms. Lopez. Ms. Lopez, you can answer to Mr. Ali about street vendors in Philippines. Ms. Lopez, are you with us? Ms. Lopez? I'm afraid she's not in front of the PC. Maybe another question while we wait for Ms. Lopez from the audience.
So,
yeah.
So if Lopez is not here, so my question, if it is possible, then goes to Dr. Hazrina Begum Abdul Hamid from Malaya. I think in Malaysia there are also some street vendors, and I think they are affected by the COVID-19 regulations during the pandemics.
Ms. Begum, are you with us? Ms. Hazrina Begum? Ms. Hazrina Begum? Oh, she's not around. Ms. Lopez, are you with us? Are you still here? Ms. Catherine Lopez? Ms. Catherine Lopez? While we waiting, while we wait for these two speakers, maybe any other questions that we can save first, and then while we wait for the speakers come again, please. If you have questions, feel free to ask in Bahasa also. We will be translating for them.
I think there is a raise hand from Ankita, moderator.
Yeah. Yeah, Ankita, please.
Hello, I actually had a question for Ms. Lopez, but she doesn't seem to be here.
Ms. Lopez, are you with us?
I don't think she is. I think we can wait until she comes back.
Yeah,
so perhaps if the
both
presenter,
of our speakers have left.
If the presenters are already away out from this panel, then we can discuss something about this similar topics. You can raise a question to moderator too, Ankita.
No problem.
Well, I wonder if he would be able to answer my question. Actually, it was regarding the situation in Philippines rather. I wanted to ask her, I mean, given the fact that the COVID-19 situation is an exceptional circumstances, I understand that not just Philippines, in India as well, there have been many circumstances where, you know, the government or the police were seen over exerting their rights. They went beyond what they should have possibly done. But do you think that in, you know, because if you look at a Western country where people would abide by the rules if they are told just once, I see that usually in Asian countries, it's not that easy to manage the public. So do you think that given the COVID-19 circumstances were in exceptional circumstances, such exceptional powers in some way were necessary to, you know, send out a deterrent statement to the public? I mean, was it necessary because it would have been more easier to manage the public or the circumstances?
Well, if we look at the current situations in Europe, and particularly the Netherlands today, in this weeks, you see that the people there are not as easy to be regulated as we might think. You know, riots, even burnings in several towns in the Netherlands that happened like 2 or 3 days ago and still going on until today is reflecting how even Western people, Western countries, not just accept the policy imposed by the government. Well, in Indonesia, of course, there were rejections and protests. But since we have also social mechanisms of solidarity, social mechanisms where we can, you know, ancient values like helping each other, helping your neighbors, then the severity may be not the severity due to the pandemic situations is not really what you call it severely infecting the people. Yes, of course, in the urban areas, in the cities, big cities, where solidarity is not really tight as in the rural areas, they really have to rely on the government when they limit the mobility. Like they need food, they need to they cannot work, so they cannot get money. But in the like in my areas, people helping each other. So when the government imposed the rules, then although of course people still protest, but we have like make a surviving mechanism to help each other. That's why in Indonesia, not really, although people rejecting the policy, but the policies implemented by the government, but still people can help each other to survive. That's my opinion.
So what is the conclusion? Do you think that the police going over and beyond what they were probably supposed to do was correct?
Yeah, of course. I think the implementations of the law should be should respect the international and national human rights standards. That's often been forgotten by the policymakers. They feel like they can't do anything in the time of emergency. They limit like the mobility of the people, the freedom of expression, while they understand that the limitations of rights, the revocations of rights even, should consider the necessity principles of the limitations itself. So, in the time of emergency, the government still often use the opportunity to, to steal the opportunity to launch their own agenda, corrupt laws, legislations, while people cannot gather to protest, and they use this opportunity to pass a bad legislation like that. But of course, in a democratic society, we have a mechanism to refuse that. Through, like in Indonesia, we have a constitutional court. We have we can file a complaint to the law that we believe made as not really violating the constitution. Mr. Hanif, maybe you have another opinion while we wait for Catherine Lopez.
I'm just wondering because Ankita, are you based in India or where?
I am. Yes, I am based in India.
Ah, okay. Catherine is here.
Ms. Lopez.
Yeah, Ms. Lopez is back.
I couldn't hear it properly. Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I can do that for her. So I actually had a question for you, but we had a short discussion before you came in. So I was asking that, given the fact that COVID-19 was an exceptional circumstance, do you think that the fact that, the police were given a bit of an extra power during that period was something that was necessary to send out, like a deterrent message to the public? What would your opinion be?
In my personal opinion, I believe that even if there is a pandemic, there's still procedure. There must still be a following of the procedure if they want to be seen as legitimate and they want to engage the community. It's one thing to be able to do that, but it's another to show compassion because they must be able to see the members of the community as part of them, that they are part of this community as well. Given that in the Philippines, our detention facilities are very overcrowded, it doesn't really make sense to have an aggressive enforcement of the regulations when they will end up in a very crowded jail cell. So that's my opinion. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. But you have also a question from Mr. Hanif.
Yes.
Yeah, Hanif, are you with us? You still with us?
Yeah. I just wondering if you can tell us about the situation of street vendors in the Philippines during the COVID-19 outbreak because of course I think most of them are affected by the new regulation on the COVID-19, where in Indonesia, for example, I think those people are the most affected group during the COVID-19 outbreak. Can you tell us about the current situation maybe in the last year about the street vendors in the Philippines, whether they are increasing in terms of the number, or maybe the income, the maybe monthly income, or how then what the government or maybe the Philippines already have done to perhaps to intervene or maybe to help these street vendors during the COVID-19 outbreak.
Okay. In this paper, it's very micro. So we handled a specific case on street vendors, and in that case, we were able to get the street vendors released on bail. As far as I know, there has not been any government intervention regarding the street vendors. I would assume that yes, their income has been drastically reduced, that there are less people on the streets. There have always been street vendors in the Philippines, even before the pandemic. I think it just goes to show that this government does not really want to help the community survive. They are more interested in showing force and power. So that's what my opinion is. yes, there has been no government intervention in aid of street vendors.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Very short question. Very short question, but it is easy questions. Are you guys in the Philippines still wearing masks like us now here, or how?
Yes, we still wear masks. Just recently, we have all been required to wear an additional face shield. That was just recently scrapped, thankfully. But yes, we are still required to wear face masks everywhere.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for your answers, and Hanif for your participation. Are we still waiting for Ms. Begita? Ms. Begum? Have you returned back here? Or maybe I should open the second opportunity for the question and answer. But I was wondering about the question before we proceed to the next question. I was wondering about why Ankita asking about the excessive power by the police, because I remember I watched a video about police in India beating people because they, they refuse to wear a mask. Is that true, Ankita?
That is true.
That's very powerful.
I haven't witnessed it personally, but I've seen it on news and I have read it everywhere, and it is true that police did beat up people. But so you see, it's rather confusing, to be very honest with you, because I don't know whom to sympathize with. I know that there are this section of people who have been given this responsibility to combat this pandemic, and there's this other section who's just probably, it seems like they've sworn to break all the rules. Every time there's something new that, the government or the police would come up with, the people would just find out another way to break the rules. I've seen people going out on evening walks and, just taking their chances until they see a police patrolling car coming, and they just run off the minute they see it. But then they're back on the road to go for their evening walks. So, that's just one example. So I do get it that violates human rights. But what do you do if you don't listen, if they don't listen to you when they are being told? What is the other course?
Yeah, I mean, here
I'm not saying that beating up people is the best thing to do. But if you don't listen, it just seems like we're back in primary school again.
Yeah. Interestingly, if I can come allowed to give comments, I remember if I remember when in the very few first months of the COVID outbreaks, when we saw that videos in India of how police beating people because they don't wear masks. Some people around me, my neighbors, friends, colleagues, they watch also that video, and they kind of saying, yeah, we should be like India, we should copy India, because those stupid people, they don't wear masks and they can infect us. So there was a kind of feeling among people. Of course, from the human rights perspective, you don't, you're not allowed to use violence. Violence is permissible, but not the first measures to make people comply with the law. I think. So, like as has been said by Ms. Lopez, even in emergency situation, we have a procedure and we have human rights standards that should be respected. Well, we still have like 5 minutes before we have to stop. Maybe another question, either for Ms. Lopez and Ms. Begum.
Nothing from me. I think Mr. Al-Khanif was saying something. He probably is not here right now.
Or other participants, maybe?
Before Catherine Lopez joined us in the second chance, I want to ask about the current situation of the state intervention against of the most affected people during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah,
Like
but Hanif, we have Faradila here.
Faradila.
Yeah.
Yes,
Faradila?
Oh.
Yeah, we called you a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I just landed from Jakarta to Banda Aceh, so I just connect my computer. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The problem is that we have only 5 minutes left. Then you have to be fast maybe in 2 or 3 minutes. Just make it very short. Can you please make it very short for 2 to 3 minutes, because we have a limited time.
I should present in 5 minutes?
Yeah, because it's already late.
Because I think it starts at 2 o'clock. No?
No, it's from 12:40.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, honey.
Can I present now?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So without slide, our research is about like why government still apply the cunning execution in Banda Aceh, even though there is a provision for gather the crowd in the public. And then we will conduct a research. We were asking a question about like why government is have a like double standard. Like they prohibit the people to not gather or crowd in the public area, but then they also implemented the caning execution where the government gather a lot of people there. So we're using Makasik Syariah. The concept Makasik Syariah is like public policy in Islam. Like there are hierarchy about which is important and which so government the ulama it should make like the priority which one is important and which one is not. And our conclusion like our research that we have like MPU. MPU it's like MUI in Jakarta, Majelis Ulama in Indonesia, but in Aceh we have own MPU. So we were questioning, are the institution of Syariah have a responsive kebijakan yang responsif, what we call that in English?
Responsive policy, yeah.
Responsive policy during according to the pandemic. But after we researched that they don't have it. Like MUI is implemented the a lot of fatwa, but then MPU not. They are only implemented the tausiah, not implemented mengeluarkan fatwa, mengeluarkan tausiah, not fatwa. And then it's really hard, it's really short. Okay, and then when we were interviewed, because like MUI is like ormas, organisasi masyarakat, while the MPU is the government institution. So they just like giving a recommendation to the government, and it's like the government choice if they want to implement it or not. Yeah. And then also like why the scanning execution is still conducted even in the pandemic time is because it have been ikrah. Ikrah is like the judgment already say like they will be judge already mengeluarkan judge already mengeluarkan ikrah. It's mean like they will sentence the terhukum dengan 100 kali cambukan. So it's quite even the pandemic time it cannot be like re-changed to another. So it's because karena sudah dikeluarkan oleh si hakim tadi, jadi tidak bisa dan saat and then when we check all the policy that Syariah institution that have been in Banda Aceh like Polis Syariah and then Dinas Syariah Islam and then MPU, the third they don't have responsive policy due to the pandemic. So yes.
Yeah, so Mr. Farila, sorry for cutting your presentations because we already run out of time. But maybe one short question to Ms. Faradila.
Very short question. Very short question to Mbak Faradila.
Yeah.
So yeah, as a Muslim, I know not much, but I know that some Islamic teaching or maybe Islamic law to scare. It is very scary for many people. Yeah. Like caning, maybe evil, the concept of evil, the concept of the maybe what the hells. So during this COVID-19 pandemic, did you find, based on your research, did you find that there is maybe one or maybe two laws enacted by MPU Aceh to help poor people or maybe the most affected people during this COVID-19 outbreak? Or do you think you don't get any fact that they do not enacted law that that is for the purpose of helping poor people and the most affected people?
So yeah, I think like that's a really good question. Actually, that's the aim our research, because like this Sharia institution, and where is the responsive policy to the Sharia? And then when I asked the MPU, the UNEJ or the fatwa that they declare is the fatwa about game online. I asked them why in the pandemic time this fatwa that you were keluarkan. Pernah dengar PUK ya? What in English? The game online. So they are forbid that they game online. And I asking like where's the policy about the pandemic? And they say like it's really hard to keluarkan fatwa, to enact the fatwa about pandemic because like we should gather a lot of people with a very long period of time. How long? I asked. They say like 1 month. So I say like it's pandemic already happened like 2 years, and there's no policy or fatwa that like the question of the operator. I don't know what's your name. Sorry. For the poor people or for like Islam is like makasik. Makasik is mean like hikmah. It should be like hukum Islam itu pasti punya hikmahnya. But it's not really. So the answer also by the, I think like I would rather say like because like they just giving a recommendation, and there's no the policy that menyentuh poor people or people affected by the COVID, as I listed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Faradila. It's very illuminating presentation, but we have to stop now because of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, presenters and audience, we have arrived to the very end of the sessions. We have learned from the presenters about the experience in their own countries. We learned experience from, first we learned from Malaysia about fake news laws, and we also learned the experience of the Philippines, and strict laws and excessive laws also being imposed there. And then lastly, we just heard about the implementations of the eradications of COVID in Aceh province, a special region in Indonesia, which has some sort of Islamic law in the region. I have to conclude this to these sessions. Thank you for all the presenters. I hope we can meet in the next conference, the 6th International Conference. Hopefully, not very long from now. Thank you, and our audience also. Thank you, and I return back this time to the session keeper di sana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manunggal, for chairing this panel. I think this is
Recording stopped.
I think this is the end of this panel, so everyone can leave Zoom now because we are going to move to the third panel. And before we go to the third panel, I should thank you very much for Ankita, for Catherine, Faradila, everyone actively involved in this panel. Dr. Manunggal, see you soon around.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oke, kita break ada 5 menit, ada kopi di lantai 2 kalau nggak salah. Kalau misalnya tidak minum kopi juga tidak apa-apa, langsung dibuka Zoom-nya di panel selanjutnya.
Waduh bahaya. Oh, sing piye nih kota? Itu yang memakai kalau bakal ya. Ini Pak. Oh, di situ. Jadi bisa di kuncung. Bang, buka lama gitu. Ya. Oke. Bapak Memen juga tanya. Baginya kalau kita lama. Oh, beda ya. Bang, baginya kalau kita.
Rizky Marika Eka Putri? Nggak ada ya? Nggak ada. Oh ya. Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu, salam kebajikan untuk semuanya.
Recording in progress.
Pertama saya mohon izin untuk menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena saya melihat semua peserta baik yang online maupun offline itu menggunakan semua orang Indonesia, atau ini untuk keperluan recording perlu bahasa Inggris Pak Hanif karena kita bekerja sama dengan universitas asing. Okay, yes. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for your coming here in this conference. This evening we will have a very interesting discussion about the pandemic politics in Indonesia. And now, together with us, one of the speakers through offline, Pak Mimin Dwi Hartono from Indonesian National Human Rights Commission. And also we have other speakers online who have joining in the Zoom, Mbak Asfinawati from LBH, and also Pak Majda El-Muhtaj, an academician from the UNEJ Sumatera Utara. For the first time, I will give opportunity for Pak Mimin to present the topic about human rights perspective on Indonesian COVID-19 pandemic related policies, and then will be followed by Mbak Asfinawati and Pak Majda. Each speakers will have about 20 minutes to present, and after finishing all the presentation, we will have discussion. Okay. And please for Pak Mimin to present or deliver your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mas Muktiono, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and also my colleagues that will be also as panelists in this panel, Bang Majda, also Mbak Aswin, and also Rizky. I hope Rizky is also from Komnas HAM. I hope she can join soon in this panel. So I would like to share about the human rights perspective on Indonesian COVID-19 pandemic-related policies. So my presentation is about the comparison of the policies of the government of Indonesia in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, that it is still happen right now in our country and also globally. Next. Next, please. Okay. I would like to remind that the pandemic COVID-19 has been hit Indonesia since March 2020, which is then stipulated by the government policy in the presidential decree number 11 year 2020 about the national health emergency status, and also the presidential decree number 12 year 2020 on the determination of non-natural disaster of the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are, until now, it is still affected two presidential decree. So of course, in the implementation, it will be quite complicated because there are two legal foundation in implementing the presidential decree. The first is law on health quarantine, and the second is law on disaster management. Even though in our perspective that the mostly the government policy on COVID-19 response is based on the law on health quarantine. And also there was also discourse on the enactment of the civil emergency in the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. We remember that the president is also also have a plan to enact the civil emergency, which is not compatible with the health emergency status actually. So because of that, at the time Komnas HAM criticized the discourse on the enactment of the civil emergency because it will, of course, threaten the human right protection and fulfillment. Next. Next, please. Okay, and then this presentation will be based on the research of Komnas HAM about the human rights perspective on COVID-19 pandemic response, which was carried out last year, and it is still relevant until now because the research has come up with the 18 recommendations that has been delivered to the President of the Republic of Indonesia. So the Komnas HAM asked the government to implement health quarantine policy actually at the beginning because it is more compatible with the situation to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, especially to stop the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, and then we knew that government decided to implement the PSBB, or a large scale of social restriction, PSBB. It is based on the law on the health quarantine. So this paper will compare the three policies, which is the PSBB, or the large scale of social restriction, and then new normal policy and the implementation of PPKM, or the implementation of community restriction policy in the perspective of human rights. Next, please. Okay, and the first is large-scale social restriction, which is stipulated under the government regulation number 11/2020, which is started on April 2020. So this is the first government policy to respond and mitigate the spread of the pandemic, which was PSBB chosen instead of health quarantine policies, which restrict all form of citizen activities, or in some countries it's called as a lockdown. This restriction was limit some human right enjoyment, such as right to move, right to conduct worship, right to education in school, and also right to work in the office, etc. So it is clearly in that this policy has been limited and also derogate some of the human right norm and standards. At the time, Komnas HAM observed this policy, and we have a regular press conference in order to observe the effectiveness of this PSBB policy. So, and Komnas HAM found that there were many inconsistencies and also discriminative policy. So the mechanism of implementing PSBB is very bureaucratic when the COVID-19 spread increased. If we remember that the PSBB policy, it is like the bottom up, yeah. The local government submit the proposal to the central government, which is the head Ministry of Health, and then the Ministry of Health will review the proposal whether it will be accepted or not. In some cases, some region is not was not approved, such as in Papua and also in some of the East Nusa Tenggara, I don't remember. But there are also some districts that are accepted to implement the FBB, such as the Jakarta and also Banten, West Java, and some region. However, the problem is because the bureaucratic mechanism under this policy is not matched or is not compatible with the character of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is actually is it is not cannot be limited under the administrative boundaries, because the virus cannot spread everywhere. Cannot only, for example, DKI Jakarta will implement FBB, Banten will not, is not effective because it will more comprehensive policy. That's why the PSBB is not effective in handling the COVID-19 pandemic because it is very bureaucratic and also is not suitable or compatible with the character of the COVID-19 pandemic. And besides that, the PSBB policy was less clear, but in the context of health emergencies and non-natural national disaster. For example, we remember that the restriction of Idul Fitri back that people cannot go home during the Idul Fitri or Lebaran. Actually, there are no legitimate rule to prohibit people to not to go back home, because PSBB is not cannot restrict people not to move to other region. So this policy is not accordant with the civil right restriction to move, as it is not stipulated in the law, just on government regulation level. Okay, next please. So and then Komnas HAM asserted that the government need to issue solid and clear regulation since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And government needs to issue clear rules which was equal to law, which is undang-undang, and its implementation should not be discriminative. In fact, that there are so many discriminative. If you remember at the time that in for business purpose they are allowed to go abroad by plane, but for people cannot. So there are many discriminative policies under this PSBB. Government assistance to those affected workers must be appropriate, and because we knew that there are so many workers are laid off due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some company, some corporation cannot operate due to the pandemic. The government to conduct an audit of the companies that carry out the threat of job cuts, layoff, and laying off workers. Next. And then we go to the next policy is new normal policy, which is controversial policy. For example, is in terms of this policy, new normal policy is not clear whether it is PSBB or not. And under this policy, the mobilization of people more active, and the policy was that become more inconsistent from one to another. For example, the regulation from the Ministry of Transportation is different with Minister of Health, etc. There are so many incompatible and also conflicting regulation among the ministries, also between the ministry and also the local government. In terms of the distribution of the social assistance or bantuan sosial, we found that not on target due to the data error. There are so many different data between the ministries, even between ministry and also within the local government in provincial level and also in district level. And also that the social assistance not maximal given to the people in it, because the amount of assistance is less than the number of vulnerable communities affected and many were mistargeted. There are also cooperation that committed by the Minister of Social Affairs and his staff, which is the evident that the social assistance is not effective, and also even there are misconducted. And in terms of the number of workers affected by layoff, that at least more than 2 million people become unemployed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The pre-employment card are not effective in helping workers who are victim of layoff. Financial assistance and sembako or 9 bahan pokok are more needed than training program. Like the kartu prakerja is, in our view, is not effective because they are giving training to the people, while people actually is need cash or 9 bahan pokok. And we are also criticize the migrant worker, those who are trapped in several countries like Malaysia and also in the Middle East countries. The protection of migrant worker trapped in regional quarantine condition or lockdown. In other countries, such as there are many migrant workers are forced to eat grass to survive, forced to stay at dirty room, let off the contract, and etc. So it is also very misappropriate condition to those migrant worker. Next. And within the new normal policy, that also calculated some of the issue. For example, is the protection against vulnerable group. For those who are people with disabilities, they are we know that they are living in very small dorm like that, and they were unable to implement the social distinctions, for example. So they are potentially get the COVID-19 pandemic. The protection of the health worker by meeting the APD need or alat perlindungan diri, self protection tool, evaluation related to the application of distance learning, social work, and also public awareness and business actor are still considered weak. There are mobilization of people and communities that still operate. So there are some of our finding at the time. And during the new normal policy, Komnas HAM stated to the government that the first is the government must ensure that there is no discrimination and provide equal access to everyone for health services, and this effort must be in line with effort and measure to minimize social economic impact, so that there is no deepening crisis and long-term impact. And we conclude that the new normal policy was lack of accountable because it not based on academic study and neglecting evidence-based policy. So it's more tend to based on the economic and political interest instead of based on health study and also evidence-based policy. Next, please. Then the last one is the PKM. We are still experienced right now the implementation of restriction on community activities. That the vaccination program to target 70% population of the age of children and adults to create herd immunity is still ongoing now. And Komnas HAM also stated that the vaccine are right for everyone and become one form of implementation of the obligation of the state to fulfill the right to health. We have a view that PPKM was quite successful to mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it was not equipped with strong and legitimate legal foundation, because under the law on health there are no PPKM. There is only health quarantine and also PSPB. So actually PPKM is no legal foundation actually. So it is only based on the, for example, Minister of Home Affairs instruction, and also there are also letter of Minister of Transportation circular letter. There are also Minister of Health policy. So there are so many policies that one to another is not compatible. Okay, and the next, what is this? The next slide. Okay, 5 minutes. Analysis, I think the first is the limitation of civil and political right must be based on the appropriate and objective measure, legitimate aim, and also established by law, which is undang-undang in Indonesia, in the name of public health, moral, public order, and national security. However, that we found that under the PPKM, which restrict of some of the human right enjoyment, which is not compatible with the limitation of civil or political right, because it's not based on the law, it's only based on the minister regulation. And even though the reason is for the public health, but in the term of the legal foundation is not sufficient. Okay, and then I think we are to conclude that. Next slide, please. Okay, our conclusion is the various policies formulated and implemented by the state in response to the COVID-19 pandemic seem to be ineffective and lack of accountability. Then government need to formulating and implementing the policies related with the COVID-19 pandemic using Komnas HAM human rights standard and norm. So Komnas HAM has drafting. Currently we have 7 human rights standard and norm or standar norma dan pengaturan, and we are now still advocating in the government to use this SNP as a guidance to respond to the pandemic COVID-19 based on the human right. For example, we have SNP on right to health and also SNP on the human right defender. So Komnas HAM suggests the government use the standard norm and regulation or SNP in the planning, formulation, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation of COVID-19 countermeasure program and policies to align with the state commitment and obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much, Mas Mukti.
Thank you, Pak Mimin, for your presentation. It is quite interesting that Indonesian policy on the pandemic's lack of academic study and also accountability, and it is also lack of evidence-based policy. So there are so many problems about the management of the pandemic. And the next question is about how the policy and also the regulation in relation to the democracy. It will be very interesting because how to fulfill the rights of the people will be also influenced by how the governments perceiving on the democracy, because democracy is about the people's rights and also about the people's voice. And now we will have the presentation from Asfinawati from YLBHI, which has specific issue on the consistency of the government in weakening democracy and failures in the pandemic response. Hello, Mbak Aswin.
Hi.
Okay, are you ready for presentations?
Sure,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now is your time to present, and you have about 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Thank you for the organizer to let me become a presenter, and also other speakers and participants. I will start with question whether the government has lack of willingness or lack of enabling to fulfill the rights of the people. And I will share my screen first. Sorry. Okay, so this is my first slide to give question to all of us, and I would not answer this question because I want to let others, all of you, to think about it and give your opinion at the end of the session if we have still time. And I will use for indicators the civil liberties, the security sectors, the rule of law, and also the freedom of religion or belief in the relation of pluralism to come to conclusion about the way of Jokowi administration done so far. The first one is about civil freedom. This is the pictures on demonstration on May Day 2020, and we can see that the protesters, our friends from students, university students, are put in the cars inappropriate since it's happened on 2020 and the pandemic still going on. And we can say that as our observation that the demonstration in Jokowi administration almost become an illegal action as like the new order done. This is the arbitrary arrested since 2019. We can see that the number is going going higher. At least 1,144 people being arrested illegally, and it's raised to 3,500 something people. And this data come only from our cases, the Indonesian Legal Aid Foundation data, and it means it only happened in 16 provinces in 2019, and it happens in 17 provinces in 2020. And it's not the data from our observation, but the data from our cases that really assisted by us. We can also see this picture and these articles that thousands arrested during protests against job creation law in Jakarta on 2020. It's only in Jakarta, in also in others province. And we can compare to other activities, and we can see how the pictures give us a fully understanding. This is the Tanah Abang station, rail station that are really full of people, and on the right are the market of Tanah Abang. So if the demonstration often disbandment by the police because of in the name of the health protocols, but in the other reality, the market in the station, it can it even happens worse. And the second one, there are violation freedom of speech, including in social media, and it happens by hijacking human rights concept, namely hate speech. Hate speech from human rights concept to protect become tools of criminalization. And nowadays, on 2020, the government, the police also launched the virtual police. And if you can see the form, if you can understand the Indonesian language, the police categorize this sentence as hate speech, even though it's not hate speech at all. It's just insulting one of the celebrity. And it's because the broad interpretation of human rights norm in circular letterhead of police, they categorize seven action under the same name of hate speech: insulting, defamation, blasphemy, unpleasant action, provoking, inciting, spreading false information. And police also very aggressive to chase hoax and to chase a hoax in social media. And what they call a hoax are very problematic because there are many discrimination of law enforcement. I will show you one example. It's about the medicine for medicine of chloroquine, a medicine named chloroquine, and the ministry stamp it as a hoax that chloroquine can become a medicine of COVID. But after all, later on, the ministry not revise the category. It's because our president, Indonesian President Jokowi, state that this medicine can cure COVID. So we can see when it comes to president, then hoax can be repealed, taken out. The second indicator are the government use security approach, including expanding the authority and involvement of the security and defense apparatus in COVID handling. We can see these pictures. It gives us effect that it seems that there are war in Indonesia because we can see easily military on the street. And not just that, the police also distributed the aid to society, and it's goes too far from their role. And Indonesian intelligence agency also involved in producing COVID drugs. And of course, in our Indonesian law, military can also involve in military operation except war. For instance, assisting police for security and public order matters. But according to Indonesian national military, this military operation should be based on political decision, and it means involving legislator, not just the decree of president or regulation from president. The third indicators is rule by law instead of rule of law against the constitution and law by forming new laws, I mean. And there are many examples of it. One of them is the telegram letters of chief of police on hoax and slander against the ruling government, including president. Let's just the articles become alive again because the Constitutional Court has repealed it some years ago. And it should be the president itself goes to police station to make a report. But because of this telegram letter, the police can directly open the investigation to those that considering insult president. And also another telegram letter, and it made just before the omnibus law on job creation done in the parliament, and there are many articles very problematic in these telegram letters, but I just want to highlight some of them, like point 5, do cyber patrol on social media and media management to build public opinion. So police now actively build public opinion against the opinion from the mass or from the society, and also do counter narrative issues that discredit the government. Of course, goes beyond the police authority, and discredit are very subjective interpretation, and it's very potentially hamper freedom of expression. And the omnibus law on job creation, we call it the law of oligarch. It changes more than 70 laws, and lack of transparency from the beginning, and many protesters, at least 79 demonstration across Indonesia against this law, but the government and the parliament still going on, and it's practically gives advantage to particular businessmen that also part of government and also part of drafter of the omnibus law. And if we compare to other law, we can see that the law become tools or mechanism by the government to done their ambition against the willingness of the people. Like the bill on sexual violence, it's still be on discussion on the parliament since 2017. The bill on protection of domestic workers, even worse, it's still there on 2004. And also the bill on indigenous people. But in contrary, there are laws that, in contrary, there are some laws that the process are very speedy, like revision on law on Commission on Corruption Eradication. It's only took 12 days. The revision on law on mineral and coal around 1 month, and also the second revision are in the omnibus law on job creation, and also revision on law of constitutional court only happened in 7 days. The fourth indicators misuse the issue of pluralism and abandon victim or religious minority groups. The first one is joint decree of 11 ministers or head of agency on handling radicalism in the context of strengthening national insight in state civil apparatus. And some of the problematic articles is this joint decree prohibited the state civil apparatus to submission of their opinion, both oral and written, in any kind of format, if it is considered hate speech, but not hate speech against individual, but hate speech against Pancasila, law, the Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. So we can see easily that this joint decree are different from human rights covenant, and also the other example, this joint decree prohibited organizing activities that leads to act of insulting, inciting, provoking, and hating Pancasila, Constitution, and etc. And also, this government prefer using religious moderation instead of freedom of religion or belief. I understand, of course, there are interconnection between religious moderation and freedom of religion or belief, but in the other part, the religious moderation seems wants to eliminate the left radical or right radicals, and we should be on the middle. And of course, now the Jokowi administration are using the similar patterns from the new order, but from red to green menace. That, like in the headline of the Jakarta Post, how radicalism become the new political bogeyman in Indonesia before the communists and etc. And we can also look at the to really assess whether the Jokowi administration is really promoting the pluralism. We can get the understanding from the mass organization law that increasing blasphemy law from 5 years imprisonment to 20 years and even life imprisonment, and adding new form penistaan. And also law on information and transaction electronic being used by police to accuse blasphemy in social media. And because of that, the blasphemy now in Indonesia, even including until 2020, it can be anything. It can be interpret religion, it can be claiming to be a prophet, it can be insulting religion, including its symbols such as prophet, scripture, prophet family, prayer, activity, and worship, as or make people changing their religion, hinder worship, hate speech, and other. So it's really become a very massive interpretation, and it's happened until now. And also the omnibus law on job creation that I mentioned before, even though it's proposing by the government, by the president, but it's also have many problem according to the freedom of religion or belief, like the elucidation one of the article, cleric is religious leader which recognized in Indonesia, while the recognized religious leader has been repealed by the Constitutional Court in at least in their two decisions, in judicial review on blasphemy and also the civil administration law. And also the it's also acknowledged that police has authority to supervise sect or aliran that can cause disunity or threatening unity of the nation. And in elucidation, aliran means all kind of sect or tenet inter alia, a belief that is contrary to a basic principle in Indonesia. And also there are many of such kind of articles, like in the law on brand and geographical indication. The brand cannot be registered if contrary to state ideology, statutory regulation, religious morality, or public order. And also in tourism, every tourism entrepreneur has the obligation to maintain and respect the religious norm, custom, culture, and values that live in the local community. So in the conclusion, I would like to say that there has been human rights delegitimation in any kind, with any kind of tools, including buzzers and social media, war, and etc. Troops. And also religion, religious leader, religious narrative used by and back to politics, including by the Jokowi administration, and promoting toleration, Pancasila, against extremism that originally are very good intention, lead to security approach rather than right-based approach. And at the end, we got shrinking democratic space, while the right of victims have not been prioritized, and victims almost have not benefiting at all from it. If we comparing the pandemic, the situation in pandemic and before the pandemic, from the hamper of civil liberties, it also has happened at least since 2017. For instance, the illegal disbandment of demonstration and criminalization the protesters, And the youth security approach also has happened at least since 2018. For instance, when the government regulation in lieu of law on terrorism give authority to the military to arrest the terrorists and become like a police. And also a rule by law against constitution or laws by forming new laws has happened since 2017 at least, and many examples of it. And we use the issue of pluralism at least since 2017. We can track this from government regulation in lieu of law on mass organization, when the government stated that this law is for Hizbut Tahrir Indonesia, but in reality it's also acknowledge the blasphemy articles that most of the time being used by the conservative group. The conclusion, the pandemic has not changed the way Jokowi administration rule at all. So we can see the consistent pattern in Jokowi's policy, namely focusing on the business economy and controlling the running of the country in undemocratic ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Asfinawati, for your presentation. How the complex about the problem of democracy during the pandemic, and we will have a very big challenge on the democracy, I think, in the future. And out of the pandemic issue, we have also one speaker who will present about the relationship between human rights and business. Pak Majda Al-Muhtaj. He will present about the development of human rights and business in the view of United Nations general principles and also regional and national laws, especially from the Ranham perspective. Pak Majda, are you ready to present? Okay, you have already showing your slides, and it's now your time, Pak Majda. 20 minutes. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Bro Mukti, as our moderator. Honorable, my old friend Al Hanif and his staff in Universitas Jember. I look at the Regina and other fellows. Thank you very much for this amazing conference. For the two speakers previously, I will talk about the human rights and business in Jokowi administration. With my professor from Universitas Sumatera Utara, I will take this opportunity to present on the title Human Rights in the Jokowi Reformation Era, Conceptualizing Business and Human Rights Within Indonesian Ranham. Distinguished presenters and participants. We know about the inconsistency for long time period in Indonesian development plan that SPPN, Sistem Pembangunan Nasional, and RPJP, Rencana Pembangunan Jangka Panjang, and RPJM, Jangka Menengah in the middle term, and RKP, Rencana Kerja Pemerintah, and the latter is the actual law, overwhelmingly debatable, law number 11, 2020. There is in disharmony, or in the UNGP point of view, the regulations should regulate the polycentric governance system mandated by UNGP has not yet been designed to strengthen the policy coherence in Indonesia. And especially for law number 11 of 2020, Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, should be emerge the NSPK, norma standard, prosedur kriteria, norm standard, and procedure and criteria, but we couldn't find about the NSPK for the law and the governmental regulation. And the second one about the lack of consolidated multi-stakeholders dialogue with collaborative and innovative partnership to incorporate UNGP into business activities. We know that Indonesia acknowledged the global standard, and it is difficult to incorporate its global standard into national standards. And the third one, the problem about the title, this research, is the ambiguity of RANHAM, National Action Plan for Human Rights, and RAN Business HAM, and Stranas Strategi Nasional, has organized, discussed with the Ministry of Law and Human Rights and other academics and NGOs to feel about the vacuum of the RAN Business and RAN Business HAM as launched by Komnas HAM. But the RAN Business HAM, and Stranas draft, we can see about the without monitoring and good evaluation. Within three main problems, we write this paper to see about how about Indonesia's RANHAM to combine or to incorporate with the business and human rights. You know about Indonesia's RANHAM has promulgated by BINA Declaration and Program of Action 1993, and at the section 2.CT CN paragraph 71 stipulated that each countries consider to drawing up the national action plan to promote and protect human rights in their countries, including Indonesia. And you know, in the Reformation era, nowadays we have faced 2 decades of Reformation era. In the first phase, 1998 to 2003, in the era of President Habibie, launched the RANHAM. This is the first RANHAM, and then continued by the President Megawati in the second phase, 2004 until 2009. And then in the President SBY continued this policy with the Presidential Regulation number 23 of 2011. And then in the fourth phase and fifth phase, in the President Jokowi in his first term and his second term, also President Jokowi enacted and promulgated by the Presidential Regulation to formally conduct the RANHAM, even though in his first term and the second term they can be compared what the content of the RANHAM. For all our presidents, we can see that the RANHAM has been acknowledged as a national policy for human rights policy document to be followed by the all governmental agencies and local government. Concerning the UNGP on business and human rights, we also know about the Human Rights Council resolution that United Nations adopted by June 2011, and then UNGP has been spreading debate and the discussion of the world, academics and the NGOs, and then all ministerial department, including Indonesia. And the development today, United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights drafting about the effective human rights due diligence, and for the third draft describe about the human rights due diligence law should oblige to all states. The debating about this, I think Indonesia as active member in the UN forum annually organized by UN working group. And then Indonesia has known about the NAPS, National Action Plans guideline, and how the Indonesian state has NAP to be followed in and all business sectors and all governmental agencies, including local government. We know about the UNGP has three pillars. They are state as a primary duty to protect of human rights, and then the corporate responsibility to respect, and then access to remedy. Based on this, we can see about the three main actors as conducting polycentric governance system. They are state, corporation, and also civil society. And for the polycentric governance system, in Ragi point of view, show the three actors combine and cooperative design to ensure about the how to protect and to fulfill human rights, especially for the vulnerable group. How about the Indonesia's commitment to UNGP? In the two passes of time of Jokowi administration, we can see the development of Ranham. In the first his term, we can see about human rights, business and human rights imposed by the Human Rights Action number 14, underlined between improving understanding of stakeholders concerning business and human rights issues. And the second term of Ranham in Jokowi administration, we can see the business and human rights also proclaim, and we must know about the Indonesian Ranham in the second term of Jokowi. Has outlined the vulnerable groups, including women, and the human rights outcome for women segment, enhancement of knowledge and awareness for business enterprises of a human rights mechanism is loudly proclaimed to all business sectors. Indonesia's commitment, also you can see about the Indonesia UPR report 2017 in paragraph 17 and paragraph 30 that Indonesia acknowledged the commitment to international standard such as UNGPs and etc. And the Minister of Marine Affairs in Jokowi administration, minister in his first term in the Kementerian KKP has regulated number 35 2015 and number 2 2017 about the human rights machinery to fishery industries. Komnas HAM has also compiled about the NAP BHRs, National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Komnas HAM with LSAM launched the regulation or NAP and then promulgated by Komnas HAM Regulation number 1 2017. And the GSOs, including academics, overwhelmingly about the discussion on UNGPs and CRBPs, children right and business principle and best practices in all industries and corporations, including palm oil companies and etc. with research, campaign, FGDs, teaching and training. In this session, I will call for as an urgent action for Jokowi administration to embrace multi-stakeholders to reformulate polycentric governance system. Polycentric governance system is a modality to account about the and conduct about the human rights and business principle to be embedded in the national policies so that the harmonizing and coherence of the policy must be upheld to Indonesian context, both national and local context. The second one, initiate authoritative constructive dialogues emerged by the national government or local government to strengthen the position of state as a center of human rights system to attacking human rights problem or human rights violation by the business related activities in national and local context. And also I think the third one, it is important to fully incorporate UNGPs into national and local policies in the fifth phase of Indonesia's RANHAM 2021 to 2024, especially to effective remedy mechanism for vulnerable groups. We know that corporations have remedy mechanism or due diligence, but the accountability of human rights due diligence must be informed and involve GSOs and government, and must be fair, transparent, and just to vulnerable groups. I think this our presentation, and thank you very much for you, brother. Back to you, moderator. Syukran Allah. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Applause to Pak Masda. Syukran a lot also to Bang Masda from Jember. And thank you very much for all participants or audiences who still join with us, give fully attention. And now time to us to discuss about some topics which has been presented by the three our colleges. we actually has 4, but one of them missing, Miss Rizky Maria Eka Saputri. Yeah, from Komnas HAM. Yeah. Okay, I will give opportunity for the audience, both in this room or from the Zoom, to raise some questions about democracy and COVID, and also, yeah, Miss Rina, first. Kenapa? Itu bisa.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. I would like to ask questions to the speaker from Komnas HAM. If I'm not mistaken, that you mentioned about that the restriction of the government for the society to move around and also to limit their freedom of religion practices. For example, that we cannot go to the mosque in a big crowd, and also not to the church, for example. And you mentioned that this limitation is not based on the law, right? So it is lack of justification, legal reasoning. So I was wondering what kind of law that actually require for this, because if I'm not mistaken, they also the government announced this in a specific regulation, if I'm not mistaken. But whether this kind of regulation is already considered as law, as it is required in the international human rights instrument, because you mentioned that it is not based on the law. So I was wondering what kind of law that actually you meant with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Rina.
Erna, Mas.
Huh? Oh, Erna, sorry.
Nanti tak minta bubur merah.
Okay, Miss Erna from University of UNS. 11 Maret. 11 March. Okay, another questions, maybe Mbak Cekli or Mas Herlambang or another participant online. You can also raise your hand. If not, first I want Pak Mimin to respond about what kind of law maybe will be according or a complement to the international human rights law to limit the freedom of religion based on the reason of pandemic management.
Thank you, Mbak Erna from University of 11 March. UNS. Thank you. Maybe Mbak Aswin also, Bang Majak can add my explanation, because I think there's interesting discourse among us, the human rights scholar. So first of all is that according to the civil and political covenant, that there are two kind of human right derogation. Yeah, the first is human right derogation, the article number 4, and the third is human right limitation. So if we refer to the human right derogation under the article number 4 of the ACCPR, it is only applied during the emergency, right? So government are allowed to declare that they have to derogate some of the obligation under the covenant, but it is only under the emergency. However, it is not included non-derogable right, which is stipulated under the article number 4 in human right law, and also in the civil and political right ACCPR. And the second is about the human right limitation, or we call it as a permissible restriction. For the permissible restriction, there are some of the consideration. The first is have to have a legitimate aim and prescribed by law. So I think in my view and also Komnas HAM view that the prescribed by law it is equal to undang-undang, not regulation under undang-undang. It's not legitimate. It's not appropriate. So in regarding with the COVID-19 response regulation, we knew that the PSBB and also the PSBB, especially it is implemented under the law on health quarantine, right? So it is right that under PSBB, government can restrict some of the human right, for example, right to move, something like that. But the limitation is not limitation cannot arbitrarily. For example, I took as an example during the Lebaran. The Lebaran is I think it's more appropriate if equal during the Lebaran when the people are not allowed or prohibited to go home. It is like the health quarantine, not PSBB, because PSBB cannot restrict people go past the boundary, right? So for example, and PSBB at that time is only applied in DKI Jakarta and also in West Java and also Banten, not in Central Java, also in Yogyakarta. So the first is it should be equal to undang-undang, and the second, and at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Komnas HAM already issue a recommendation that better government to issue the regulation in lieu or perpu, because in Komnas HAM perspective that the law on health quarantine is not sufficient to respond to the pandemic, because this pandemic is not only about health dimension, but there is also health dimension, social dimension, economic dimension, education dimension that not only cannot handle only by the law on health quarantine. That Mas Komnas HAM recommendation to the President on March 30, 2020. Yeah, I think that my question to respond Mbak Erna, my answer to respond Mbak Erna question that is better that government have a perpu to handling the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's my response. Maybe Mbak Aswin also Bang Majda can have more addition. I welcome.
Bobby.
Okay.
Okay, you want to respond? Okay, but Jacqueline, and then you can.
Thank you, moderator. I think my question will be addressed to Mbak Aswin, since Mbak Aswin, try to look at the Jokowi attitude related to the what we call it, not only how this government making the law, but how the attitude of the government to implement the law. And you pointed about the blasphemy law that's it's very long decade has become the core problems, I would say, that discriminate minority religions in Indonesia, and it's become worse when the COVID-19 outbreak happened in Indonesia. My question is, do you agree with the idea or with the opinion that the implementation of blasphemy law and the enforcement, the ongoing enforcement of blasphemy law actually has been politicized by the majority groups of religions that supported by the government. This is my first question. And the second question is, do you agree with the opinion that the populism of religions in Indonesia is also influence the enforcement of blasphemy law, even though, as you already mentioned, that the Constitutional Court of Indonesia Republic actually already recognized that this law is fake law and has multi-interpretation. But then the Constitutional Court itself said in various decisions that the law is constitutional. So what we can expect it with those kind of attitude of the government and the law enforcement, such as Constitutional Court, who are guardians of the human rights, who are guardians of a constitution. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Another questions? One question, and then
thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanna. I'm still interested to continue the question of Mrs. Lena. Mention if I'm wrong. Lena, isn't right? Yes, about the restriction of the human rights when we which pointed in our constitution, Article 28G. We already know that we already have laws maybe 26 years before tentang laws number 8, I think, Undang-Undang Wabah Menular, and then the Undang-Undang Kekarantinaan Kesehatan. So you just mentioned that we don't have laws to do some limitation or restriction to the human rights, but how about this law? Is it related or not? Thank you.
yeah, additional question, yeah, or respond.
Yes, thank you very much for the response. But I'm afraid that I might not agree with the limitation that the law should be undang-undang. Because under international human rights law, as long as it is prescribed, then it is publicly. Wait a minute, I was a bit forget with the requirements, but I wrote something, but it is not related to the pandemic, but it is related to the forced eviction, how states can actually limit the human rights. So I think it should be legal norm, so not only undang-undang. And also that if it is in Indonesia, then to enact an undang-undang, it will need a really lot of time for that. Perpu might be feasible in terms of emergency, but then if we took a decision to adopt Perpu, then the law of emergency will apply in Indonesia, and then it might be difficult as well if then the president under the constitution stated that Indonesia is not under the emergency law or martial law, that it might be more difficult. So that is why maybe the government just enact this, I think peraturan presiden or surat keputusan presiden, if I'm not mistaken. But there are some requirements under international human rights law that any interference with human rights should be determined by law. But then, what law is that? I think there are 3 requirements. That first, that law should be a legal norm that limits human rights, and it is accessible and also foreseeable or predictable. And then also it contains safeguards against abuse. And then also state the grounds or a justification why then the state would like to limit people to move or to travel around. As long as there is a justification and then there's another reason for that, and that reason also should be based by public interest, and we also have undang-undang on public interest, then we can analyze with those kind of requirements. And the last requirements for the law, it should be that the law should not be arbitrary or discriminatory. So I think any law, not only undang-undang, as long as they fulfill these three, then it could be used to limit human rights. But this is only the legality of law. Then we have also to analyze the public interest as the justification of the limitation. So not only the shape, the types of the law, but also the reason behind that. So I don't know, maybe Komnas HAM has a different perspective, but I think this kind of, the type of law not only limited to undang-undang. But that was my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Erna. Pak Mimin, can... Huh? Oke. Nggak ingin respon dulu ya.
Ya, thank you Mbak Erna and also Mas Iman ya dari UGM ini. Okay, thank you. I think it's part of our discussion ya among ourselves because I think it also happen in other country that the tension between human right and COVID pandemic is real. The tension is happen right now. If we I saw news yesterday that there was a big demonstration in I think England or somewhere in Europe that they are because the Europe are now started again to implement the lockdown, but people are refused because of the many things. Yeah, for example, is the impact on the economic condition. So I think this something that we need to still elaborate and to discuss among ourselves, including what Mbak Erna said about which is prescribed by law is undang-undang or it can be also under undang-undang. But in my view, it is still must be undang-undang. Why undang-undang? Because it is something that will limit human right. So the limitation of human right in order not arbitrarily must be in the form of undang-undang. Because when the formulation of undang-undang is not only by government but also involving the parliament. So in parliament, involvement is to make sure that the undang-undang is formulated more accountable and participatory. Ideally like that, yeah? Because we assume that the parliament is representation of the people. That's our assumption, right? So that's when that the limitation of the human right must be undang, because if we talk about limitation, it is something that we can say it's permanent. For example, the undang-undang about kemerdekaan menyampaikan pendapat umum, undang-undang about what else that undang-undang about ETE, it is something that permanent. It's not easy to revoke this because there are many political dimension. Because it is will permanent, so it is must be undang-undang, not only. Because and another thing is that in our, or maybe in my experience and my perception, when there is only enacted by, for example, surat keputusan bersama menteri or maybe permanent menteri, there are so many problem with human right. For example, the last one is about the SKB about undang-undang ITE. There are so many complicated that it will harm human right instead it will protecting human something. That's my opinion. Of course we can be different because it's part of our discussion. And about Mas Imam, I think there is undang-undang about karantina, but undang-undang karantina is not enough or sufficient to respond the pandemic because it's only talk about the health dimension. For example, PSBB is just to limit people to move, right? It's not to restrict. If the government want to restrict movement at all, for example, during the Lebaran, it must be under the head quarantine policy, not under PSBB. So, in terms of health response, might be the law on health quarantine is sufficient, but in terms of social, economic, and many other dimension of the pandemic is not sufficient. It's only responded within the human undang-undang karantina kesehatan. That's my view. Thank you, Mas.
Thank you, Pak Mimin and Pak Fin. Please
Yes.
give answer to the Pak Chekli question.
Yeah, if I may, I would like to also jump into the first question about the restriction, particularly for religious freedom, rights of religious freedom. It's very interesting topic for me. Yeah, because the devil play in the restriction area. So I understand that the restriction from the Covenant Civil and Political Rights (ICCPR) doesn't state any kind of law, but just law. But our Constitution, particularly in Article 28J, stated that it should be undang-undang. But the problem, I think, not in the form of the regulation, but in the others. Our Constitution stated that the security should be one of the indicators to restrict the rights instead of safety that originally come from ICCPR. So when the ICCPR use safety, our Constitution use security. When the ICCPR use national security for derogating law, derogating rights, and it's not for the adopting religion, but only for implementing, manifesting religion. And for Mbak Chekli, yes, I agree for you that there has been much politicization in implementation enforcement of blasphemy law, and because LBH made a report on 2020 about the blasphemy cases, we found that viral become words that will push the police to make an investigation on blasphemy cases. And also the viral, they form the viral to the public order. So it's still the same from 2005, even though we found an advantage among the judges or the police, but it's still very limiting, like only 1 or 2 cases. And also there was one cases, it's related to the influencer that most of the time supported government. It should, the mass reported him under blasphemy article, but if we look at the cases, it's more appropriate if we consider him doing hate speech. And what has done by the police changes the report from blasphemy to hate speech. So it didn't happen in the other cases, but when it comes to the people affiliated or have strongly affiliated to the government, then the police can be a better state apparatus and since following the human rights concept. And about the populism influence, yes, I think it's so much like that. But in this era in Jokowi administration, I think there has been a change a bit. that the government playing hard stick to the people or community or groups that they consider as a conservative extremism, because those words we can find those words in some of regulation. And even this government affiliated extremism, associated extremism into terrorism, intoleration, extremism, and terrorism, say in one sentence. So it seems like they have a tendency to make it closer one of the other. And we understand that toleration, intoleration are very far from terrorism. And this hardstick not just producing by regulation, like I've mentioned before in my presentation, but also by narrative, like in Commission on Eradication Corruption, KPK, they are producing Taliban or Kadrun for those who against the government policy and supported KPK. And it makes, I think, community or society confused about the concept of religious freedom, the toleration, and even it becomes more complicating when the government produce the new term religious moderation. And what happens to people, to staff in KPK, they are being evaluating by not religious moderation, but moderasi bernegara. So it's concept that produced in military. So I think I'm very afraid that we are going back to the new order when the authoritarian regime focusing people like in left side and right side. So we are going back to that era. Thank you.
But Jackie, maybe you want to respond? It's okay. Yes. Yeah. About 3 minutes. One last question.
Thank you so much, Mbak Aswin, for your answer. Very insightful. My question is to Mr. Min. I observed that the only article that always manipulated by the government when limit the human rights of the people is Article 28J, right? But when we look at the article, the substance of the Article 20J, it's totally different with the ICCPR, who make differentiation between derogation and limitation. So derogation in the time of emergency situation, such as COVID-19, there is such requirements, but no application of that requirement in the 28J. What your opinion about that? Yes, because this article is manipulated.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Jackie. I think this is a very interesting question, and I think it's not enough to answer here. But I think it's also one of very contested article in our constitution, because this article also is in many event and also in many maybe for trial, it used as a justification of the judge to limit or even delegate human rights, right? In the name of constitution. I think is something that our job, I think, to make it clear. That's why Komnas HAM also since 2018 we are drafting the SNP, standard norm and procedure, in order the limitation or the derogation of human rights is not arbitrarily, because in many time we disseminate SNP the place with the Attorney General, with the Supreme Court, and in also in several ministry. Yes, this is our contestation, because when they, for example, when they the Minister of Information and Communication, they suspend the internet or shut down internet in Papua, they call it part of our obligation in the name of article number 28J, for example, like that. Yeah, but something that we have to underline within the article is there is, for example, the human right can be public, other public, and but democratic society. I think this must be underlined, the wording of democratic society. I think we are, as a human, I think also to elaborate in order limitation is the order of democratic society. Whether when the government suspend the internet connection in Papua, it is or it is, you know, that respond maybe Mbak Aswin as Mas Mada can also give some addition. I think that really interesting for us to have another conference. Thank you, Mbak Jacqueline.
Yeah, this is obligation of the state, especially Komnas HAM, to discuss again about justified limitation by the state. Pak Mimin janji ya? Oke. We'll invite Mbak Erna dan Mbak Jacqueline to discuss more about it and all the audiences. Because time is up, so I have to end this discussion. Very interesting, and we still have a little bit debate about the limitation and other issues. But the discussion about human rights in Indonesia is never ending, and we should always give attention, time, and our ideas to strengthen the human rights in Indonesia. Thank you very much for all the speakers, Bang Matsya, Mbak Aswin, and Pak Mimin.
Terima kasih, bro.
Terima
kasih.
Terima kasih banyak, dan untuk kita semua, mari we can give applause for all of us. Thank you, bye bye.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak
Recording
Mimin,
Terima kasih Bang, terima kasih
Mbak Aswin. Terima kasih semuanya.
Panitia mungkin ada pengumuman. Ini sudah waktu akhir ya, nggak ada break ya? Wah, ada panel lagi.
Unik ya Pak. Saya juga kurang tahu.
Makasih Pak. Sudah Pak, makasih.
Halo, halo.
Good afternoon, Mbak Titi. I think I saw you in the Zoom already.
Good afternoon, Mas Dean, if I'm not mistaken, who's speaking recently.
Okay, we are still waiting for some participant to join us in the conference halls. Perhaps we are going to start this will be the last plenary in this today. So perhaps we will start this within a minute. Stay with us. Mbak
No
Yi
problem.
will
Yes.
become your chair ya.
Halo Mbak Titi, saya Iyi. I will be as your chair today.
Aduh, Mbak Iyi, I feel so nervous because I think we have to switch between you and me.
Yes. Okay, Mbak.
I think you are more what is it?
No.
Better than me. to
You are the
present
expert.
this,
You are the
topic.
expert. I'm very glad to become your chair.
Thank you, Mbak Iyi.
Sama-sama, Mbak.
Iya seharusnya polling yang mana? Auditorium lantai 3 Indonesia Inersa Indonesia. Oke, nanti dimarahi sana. Ya. Nah, sip, dah join. Ya. Linknya pakai yang dari Kramer, kalau enggak di book program itu yang terakhir ada. Ya. Di email bisa. Yang dari Kramer yang karena yang sebelumnya kita generating ternyata nggak bisa, jadi nanti terus. Nah itu booklet. Ya. Di download. Yes. Oke, terus bawah di sini enggak? Jangan. Terus bawah lagi. Yang terakhir. Oh, yang sebelumnya. Ya, terus bawah sini paling terakhir. Terus. Nah, ini. Ya. Sudah ya? Sip. Sudah, sharing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, we will have a distinguished speaker for our second plenary, that is Ibu Titi Anggreni. Ibu Titi Anggreni will speak about the strengthening the affirmations policy on women's representations toward the 2024 Indonesian election. So let me tell you the short bio of Ibu Titi. Ibu Titi Anggreni is currently the advisory board member of the Association for Elections and Democracy or Perkumpulan untuk Pemilu dan Demokrasi or Perludem. That is an NGO engaged in the research and advocacy of elections and democracy in Indonesia. Titi previously was a member of the election supervisory committee at the central level for the 1999 general election. In the 2006-2008, Titi worked with rehabilitation and reconstruction body for Aceh Nias or BRR Aceh Nias in managing legislative strengthening program at the tsunami affected areas throughout Aceh and Nias. In 2017, Titi was recognized as a democracy ambassador for the international idea for her work in promoting free, fair, and democratic election. So today we will have about 1 hour presentation and discussion. So I think it is better for Bu Titi to have about 30 or 40 minute speech or presentation, and then we will still have opportunity to question and answer. For participants, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to write your question in the chat so that I will invite you later on. Time is yours, Bu Titi. I hope that you can effectively give your speech. If you want to also have PPT, you are very welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a moment. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mbak Ii. I feel so grateful and honored to be here with you all, especially when I knew that my chair or my moderator will be Mbak Ii. I recently read your op-ed on Kompas, and I feel so inspired with your op-ed, and it came out with so many ideas and initiative to be promoted for the upcoming 2024 election related to gender-based violence in election. So thank you so much for your enlightening op-ed on Kompas recently. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the seminar, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Thank you so much for Universitas Jember and all of the organizers for inviting me to be able to speak on this prestigious forum. I'm very sorry that I cannot join to Jember, even though it had been planned long ago to come directly to this seminar at the University of Jember, Universitas Jember. Suddenly I got an assignment from KPU Bawaslu selection team to be the reader of its participant papers. You know that now in ongoing process that selection team of KPU and Bawaslu members is working to select KPU and Bawaslu members for 2022 to 2027 KPU and Bawaslu members. Participant, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to share my share screen so I can speak in a systematic way. Yeah, okay. I hope you can see my PPT on
Clearly,
screen.
Mbak, clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Ii. So my topic will be strengthening the affirmation policy on women's representation towards the 2024 Indonesian election. Although Mbak Ii already read my short bio, but I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Titi Anggraini. I'm advisory board member of Association for Election and Democracy or Perludem, a national-based NGO in Jakarta who's working on election and democracy. You can contact me through my email, titi@perludem.org, or my office website, perludem.org. We regularly publish our research result freely through our website, so you can get more update on election and democracy development in Indonesia. Okay, I will start my presentation by showing you that based on the World Economic Forum data that released in early of 2021, in March 2021, it's shown that global gender gap report for Indonesia is not so good. Yeah, as you can see on the screen that Indonesian position on the Indonesian status is we are in rank 101 among 156 countries that reported by World Economic Forum. So our score declined. Now our score is 0.688 or 0.688. And you can see that from four components of the Global Gender Gap Index, from economic participation and opportunity, education attainment, health and survival, and also political empowerment, you can see that only for health and survival, our status increase compared to other three components. It's not so good. It's not a good news, yeah, for us. And also today I heard, because I joined the release of Global State of Democracy Index conducted by International IDEA, Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. They just published their findings for Global State of Democracy Index in Asia Pacific, and Indonesian status declined from mid-range performance of democracy into weak democracy or low performance of democracy, caused by corruption, the high numbers of corruption, and also the the limited space for the civil liberties, especially for the freedom of religion. So we have so many homework to do, yeah, based on those data, Global Gender Gap Index, and also the Global State of Democracy that just recently released by International IDEA. And then talking about the policy on affirmation of women representation in election, I would like to share some of the regulation and situation in Indonesia. There has been no strengthening of affirmative action policies since the 2009 general election, when we, for the first time, introduced the affirmative action policies through Law Number 10, year 2008. The regulation is still limited until now to the representation of women at least consists of 30% in the list of candidates, and every 3 legislative candidates consists or contains at least 1 female candidate, or what we call it as semi-zipper system. So these policies, affirmative action policies, still similar since 2009 election until the last 2019 elections. The affirmative action policy discussion are always drawn out and marginalized by electoral system issues that related to the direct interest of the party. So based on my experience in advocating the election law since 2004, the discussion about the affirmative action policy always far behind the discussion about the electoral system. For example, in 2017, when we advocate election law, from 7 months of the discussion, 4 months spent by the policymakers, by the lawmakers to discuss about the election system, and only 3 months took by them to discuss about the election management, election enforcement election law enforcement, and also to discuss about the affirmative action. So that's not weird when we knew that there's no improvement on affirmative action policy in the latest law number 7, year 2017. And also in Indonesia, there is no affirmative action policy for the DPD election or Senate election. The affirmative action policy only apply for election to elect DPR and DPRD members. And also there is no affirmative action policy for the presidential election and Pilkada. especially when we implement the election presidential nomination threshold. It's also make more limited space for women to be nominated in election. There is still a voter, and also maybe I would like to invite you all to advocate this point, this item, that there is still a voter requirement provision in election law that still can trigger child marriage. Because in our law, in law number 7, year 2017, voters are, the definition of voters are Indonesian citizens who have reached the age of 17 or more, or are married, or have been married. This requirement, this provision, in my opinion, against the Constitutional Court decision number 22 year 2017 and law number 16 of year 2019 that regulated the minimum age of marriage is 19 years old. When we have a provision in our election law that you can vote if you already married, although you are under 17, you can get impression that voting right is like an incentive. You will get an incentive to vote in election if you can marry before 19 years old. So in our opinion, in Perludem and also in civil society, election civil society movement, this voter provision can be treated as encourage voters to have child marriage, and you know that all the victims of child marriage mostly are girls or female. And also based on the latest development in Indonesian election, the electability of women in the DPR and DPRD tends to stagnate. There is there is an increase, but it is so small, and it is still far from the target of at least 30% of women's electability in parliament. Affirmative action policy for election organizers and also are very weak, just memperhatikan or paying attention, and does not make it mandatory. So that's why since 2014, we only have one woman commissioners, both in KPU and also Bawaslu. One female commissioners from 7, and one in KPU, and one female commissioner from 5 members in Bawaslu. And also the last one, female voters are very loyal. In fact, that female voters are very loyal to the electoral political agenda. The turnout is almost always higher than male voters. However, idea-based politics has not been present in electoral discourse involving women. Women are still only a source of votes, not yet the main actor who involved in decision-making process within election participant. So as you can see on screen, that this is the data that prove that our Indonesian female voters are so loyal to the election agenda. In 2019 presidential election, we have more than 50% of female voters. And from those 50% of female voters, they went to polling station. You can see that the female voters more than 3% compared to male voters. So the loyalty of female voters are higher than male voters. But unfortunately, it's only as a the woman only for the votes, not for the programs based discourse. This is the data of women electability in our national parliament in DPR. 2019 election shown us that the highest numbers of elected female MPs in DPR since the first Indonesian election, 1995. until 2019, we reach the highest elected female MPs in Parliament, 20.5%, or it equal with 118 female MPs elected in Parliament among 575 members of DPR. But it is still far from minimum 30% as we are expected. Yeah, and based on our data, Perludem data, that mostly elected MPs in DPR are candidates with #1 position in the candidate list. So it's so unique, yeah. Indonesia election implement open list system. The election system is proportional open list. It means that the opportunity open to all candidates. But based on the electability, mostly the elected MPs, elected candidates are who are candidates that put on the top list, #1 or #2. There were more than 64 MPs that elected that their position is in #1 on the candidate list. And then the more than 20% of the elected MPs are candidate in #2. So more than 80% of elected MPs were candidates on #1 and #2. So although Indonesia implement open list, proportional open list system, the position or numbers in candidate list still significantly influence the electability of the candidates. But unfortunately, mostly the female candidates put by the political party on #5, #6, or #3, not on the top list. Although the fact shown us that mostly the elected candidates who are the candidates on #1 and #2. Okay, so another challenge to the female candidates in Indonesian election, I think we have to keep it taking into account on this situation. Indonesian election are very difficult and complex. It's shown by the data on the screen that we have the highest invalid votes in the world, together with Honduras and together with Brazil and Honduras. So as you can see on the screen that for the DPD and DPR election, from the last 2019 election, there were more than 19% invalid votes for DPD. And for DPR, there was more than 11.12% invalid votes. So it's so ironic, yeah. In one side, female voters so loyal to go to the polling station, but the result, we have very high numbers of invalid votes. So maybe the votes from female voters also part of this big numbers of invalid votes. So maybe we have a high voter turnout of female voters, but also maybe their votes are invalid. So this has become a big challenge for me as election activist to advocate simple, sederhana election to for our voters, because the invalid votes, the high numbers of invalid votes in Indonesian election, it is happened since 2004 election. So this is not unique only for 2019 election, but the high numbers of invalid votes in Indonesian election occur or happen since 2004 election, 2004. So 2004, 2009, 2014, and also 2019 always come up with high numbers of invalid votes. It means we have distortion to keep the kemurnian suara rakyat, to keep the voters voice, yeah, because one of the principle of the election is to make every vote count, but the fakta, the invalid votes are very high. And also, how about the 2024 election, the upcoming 2024 election? Indonesia will hold concurrent election to elect the legislature and president at the same time, what we call it as pemilu serentak. The schedule will be, there's still like a debate between KPU and government, February 21, 21st, or May 15. So KPU proposed February 21, and government proposed May 15. But the authority to define the voting day is in KPU hands. So KPU has a strong authority to define the election day. We are still waiting for the decision. And also, besides the concurrent election to elect legislator and president, we will have we will elect also regional heads throughout Indonesia, or pilkada serentak nasional in November 20. In November 2024. So in 1 year, Indonesia will have 3 types of election: legislative election, presidential election, and in a different month, pilkada election. The government and DPR decided not to revise the election law. This is not a good news for me and election society. Yeah. So therefore, law number 7 year 2017 is the legal basis for the implementation of the 2024 general election. So we will implement the same legal framework between 2019 election and 2024 election. Innovation in election administration, because there's no revision of the election law, will be depend on technical arrangements by the KPU and Bawaslu. So the innovation, the progressive approach will be rely on KPU and Bawaslu decision. And also there are no changes to the affirmative action policy to strengthen women representation in parliament. Because we don't change the law, it means we don't change the affirmative action policy for our elections. And also to strengthen affirmation depends on the goodwill and commitment of the leadership of each political party. Because we don't have improvement on the affirmative action policy, so for the upcoming election, the goodwill and commitment of the leadership of each political party will be our solution, if I can say so. And then how about to strengthening women representation in the 2024 election? First, relying solely on affirmative policy is not enough. Affirmative policy are currently still seen because affirmative policies nowadays are currently still seen as burden rather than a necessity in Indonesian election. When I met with the party leadership, they always say that because of you always promoting affirmative action policy, I face so many difficulties in nominating my candidate, because there's no resource, woman resource to be appointed as a candidate. So they don't treat the affirmative action policies as like ideology, as a paradigm, but as a burden for the political party. Affirmative policy should be internalized into cross-sectoral issues, paradigms or ways of thinking in party life and election administration. Awareness and internalization of this paradigm require institutionalized and consistent political education and regeneration. So women need, and also to support women representation in election, women need a clean, fair, and democratic ecosystem and political environment to be elected. Not enough only rely on the affirmative action policy. Although we have a good affirmative election policies, affirmative action policies, but if we cannot provide a clean, fair, and democratic ecosystem, it is still not easy for female candidates to be elected in Indonesian election, especially when we implement the open list election system. And also, high cost politics and transactional practices are obstacles, are one of the biggest obstacles for women in contesting in Indonesian elections. So, okay. So what we can do? This is will be my last slide after I provide you with all the problems and challenges and also obstacles. In my opinion, synergy and solidity of the pro-women movement is very much needed in internalizing the strengthening of women nomination in the 2024 election. This includes how we encourage party leaders, how we, the pro-women movement organization, encourage party leaders to place more women in strategic position in the party election winning body. From my experience, when we have a woman in Bapilu, Badan Pemenangan Pemilu, or Badan Penentuan Caleg, so it's easier for us to have more women in strategic party list in their nomination. And then women candidate should be encouraged to be placed by political parties at number 1 in at least 30% of the electoral districts. Because based on the data that I've shown you, more than 60% elected MPs were elected when they were in on number 1 in the party in the party candidate list. So following this idea, for example, we have to encourage that women are placed at number 1 in at least 24 DPR electoral district out of 80 existing DPR electoral district. I think this is need to be put as our common advocacy agenda, yeah, to have an approach to political party leadership to put women on number 1 in at least 30% of the electoral district. And then public opinion campaigns and development through various media platforms about the importance of nominating women in strategic candidate list position need to be intensified. So the political party elites not put the affirmative action policy as burden, but as the ideology or paradigm. And also we need to encourage KPU to allocate at least 30% of campaign facilitation funds for props, campaign materials, and advertisement in mass media to support the campaigns of women politicians. Because in Indonesian election law, state facilitated by KPU provide campaign facilitation funds for political parties. So that's why we need to encourage KPU to allocate at least 30% of its funding for to support the campaign of women politicians. And also we need to encourage the government to regulate that at least 30% of state funds for political parties are used for the purposes of political education and the regeneration of female politicians and female voters. Because the current regulation not mention explicitly about the allocation of the state budget for political parties regarding the strengthening efforts for women politicians. And also we need to ensure that Bawaslu creates a system for handling election violation that is friendly to women. Because based on my experience, female candidates, women candidates are so fragile to be, manipulated by their friends or by other competitors. Yeah. This includes providing paralegal to assist female legislative candidates who have been treated fraudulently in elections. And the last one, Mbak Iyi, monitoring and ensuring that at least 30% of women are elected to become members of the KPU and Bawaslu, which is currently an ongoing process. So we hope that the selection process for KPU and Bawaslu members that now is ongoing, yeah, can come up with the result by electing at least 30% of women for KPU and Bawaslu. At least 3 commissioners, female commissioners for KPU, and 2 commissioner for Bawaslu. I think we have to, have a massive campaign to make sure that these ideas responded properly by the selection team of KPU and Bawaslu. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much for providing time for me to deliver my thoughts on this topic. Thank you, Mbak Yi.
Thank you, Mbak Titi. I think it's very, very good speech. And for me, your presentation is very enlightened. And I hope participants also feel the same. So it is a very fast, I think the time is running fast here, Bu Titi, because we just now heading to 2024 election. It just like yesterday, we have the last election. So that's, I think the preparation should start now. So there are many points taken from Bu Titi or Mbak Titi. I think Mbak Titi has already mentioned about the lower gender gap happens in Indonesia, and then the lowest one is actually the political empowerment score. So it is very ironic because in one times the number of women as the footer is very high, but we have less women selected in parliament. And then we can say that the affirmative of women is almost nothing. So the position of I think the complexity of the election might cause of the problem as well, as Mbak Titi already mentioned. And then the law itself, I think Mbak Titi has already mentioned that we will use the similar law for the last election, which means that there is no improvement of the law with regard to the positions of women in parliament. So it has been shown that affirmative policy doesn't effective enough, and then because it is only the formality, so that it seems as the burden, not seeing enough to, and then it's not substantially to see that the urgency to have higher representative of women in parliament. So Mbak Titi already mentioned some recommendation, which is more women candidate, more women in strategic positions such as women in KPU, women in Bawaslu, and then it also recommendation for the friendly mechanism for women, and then the monitoring is very important as well. So I think there's some issues that I can raise. I open now for discussion. So if there is any participant in here would like to have a question, I give you time for that. Is there any? Yes, Mas Hanif, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mbak Yi. I am shaking because in front of me there are 2 great women speaking about women in politics. I don't know whether I know really well about the women in politics, but if I may divide, there is one side and another side. One side is about Mbak Titi say that more than 50% of the voters are female, and in the another side, it is in the opposite way, because it is only 21% of female succeed to sit in the parliament. So these two sides, if we want to connect, is it feasible enough to educate 50% of female voter to to support our agenda, as you mentioned previously, that okay, we have to have budget for the political party focusing on women empowerment, and then we are going to amend perhaps a law, maybe regulation to to maximize the maybe the minimum of 30% of women in politics. But is it feasible enough to educate 50% of female voters in Indonesia? And if it is yes, how? Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Hanif, for the very interesting question. What do you think, Mbak Titi?
Well, it's a tough question, and it's a hard question to be answered. Yeah, but let me, start my answers by quoting Professor Ramlan Surbakti from University of Airlangga. He frequently mentioned that Indonesian election has three anomalies. I mean, it's not a three anomaly, but three characters that recognized by the world. And among the, sorry, not three, but four characters of Indonesian election. First, we have the most complex election system in the world. Kita punya sistem pemilu paling rumit di dunia, the most complex election system in the world. And we have this title since 2004 elections, when for the first time, Economist magazine, May edition 2004 published its statement on their media. The second one, we have the biggest one-day election in the world, pemilu serentak satu hari terbesar di dunia. And the third, we have the longest vote tabulation or vote recapitulation in the world. Kita punya rekapitulasi suara terlama di dunia. It took 35 days to tabulate the election result from the polling station until the national announcement. And also it creates like disinformation, hoax, misinformation, massive demonstration in front of the Bawaslu office, as we experienced in 2019 election. And the last one, we have the most transparent voting and counting process at polling station. Among the four characters of Indonesian election, only the last one, the number 4, that it tends to positive. The most transparent and accountable voting and counting process at the polling station. The other three characters are tends to negative situation for our Indonesian system for our Indonesian election. So following your question, is it proper enough, or it is feasible to have like political education for the 50% of female voters? Well, by having the most complex election system in the world, the biggest one-day election system in the world, it's not easy, and I can say that it's almost not feasible, Mas Hanif. So, although we have, all of our energy to educate the voters, but by having the most complex election system in the world, we still face, we will be face the difficulties in doing the, voters capacity strengthening program and so on and so on. Even my colleagues from IFES Peter Urban, he is the global election expert. He said that as long as you implement the current election system, it won't be feasible for you to have a perfect election administration. He said that having like problems in distributing logistics is a normal implication of having this election system. So he said that in bahasa ya, maybe because I cannot find the best terminology. Selama masih dengan sistem pemilu sekarang, pemilu Indonesia akan terus berhadapan dengan surat suara tertukar, surat suara terlambat, dan seterusnya. Because we have a very big size of election anatomy, ya. Geographically, the numbers of voters, and so on and so on. So we have to, to do more on the electoral engineering, especially on our electoral system, Mas Hanif. Because I think it's not only about the capacity of the voters is not only about having the political education, but having a simple election, a more sederhana and easy election is needed by our voters, especially by the female voters. That's the first response. And the second one is, it's anomaly, yeah, because we implement the proportional open list, but we still have the numbers, the party list, nomor 1, nomor 2, nomor 3, in a big size of electoral district. So female and candidate face so many doors to get the nomination. When we change the system from closed list to open list, because we try to avoid the transactional politics within the political party. But as you maybe heard in many cases, that to be placed in number 1, you have to pay. You have to be close with the party leadership. So you face so many transactional politics to get the strategic numbers in a party list, and also to compete among the candidates within same party, and also to compete with another candidates from different political party. So the election becomes so very expensive. That's another challenge of our election, ya Mas Hanif. Maybe I can say that election in Indonesia is one of the most expensive election in the world. So it's not enough by only having the political education, but also we have to fix the election itself, and also to make the election competition cheaper, not expensive as what we have now, and also to to have more effective in election law enforcement. Yeah, we have so many institutions dealing with the election law enforcement, but we can question the effectiveness in dealing with the election violation or election cases. So I think that's my answer, Mbak Yi. We need more.
We need more, yeah. That's very interesting and very challenging, but I think there is also a spirit, yeah, that we need more, because Mbak Titi already mentioned the importance to have political education or voters education for women, not only as the candidate but also for the voters, yeah. And then this is also become the big challenge. So is there any question from the participant? Yes, please. Don't forget to say your name as well. Yep, that's true. Thank you for this.
I don't want this. We are healthy. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Ibu Titi, for the excellent presentation. If I'm not mistaken, in the national DPR, I mean in the national legislation, we have, if I'm not mistaken, about 120 women in our DPR. Let's say 30% or 20%, they are become member because of the connection, because that's the reality. But let's say 70% or 60%, they are very struggle, start from the campaigns and a lot of to do. So I just want to discuss with Ibu Titi what we can learn from those 60% of women that now they are in the national legislation. You already explained the barrier, the obstacle, the difficulty, the situation in the real politics that still probably make women candidate is more difficult. But at least we have 60% or probably 100 or 90% of women in our national DPR. So probably we can learn from them how they get success to be the anggota DPR because of the team success or the other factor that we can learn. That's one of my question. And my second question is, I think you already explained very good about those factors that make women candidature is still low. They are individual factor, they are institutional factor, and they are also the system. So maybe if you can suggest for our women candidate for the next election, which factor that probably they can push or they can focus more. Individual, that means they need to increase their capacity or their agency or their recruit their team success or change to the system. But you already mentioned we will use the same law for the next election, so it is no time for us to change the system. Probably the institutional, but already you mentioned also those factor in our political party, how we need to deal with the leader of the political party. So there are factor probably you have tips or suggestion for our next women leadership for the next election. Which factor that probably we can focus more to get a success in the next election. Thank you, Ibu Titi, very excellent presentation.
Thank you, Pak Anton from Mahidol University. I think I saw there is one question from the Zoom, that is Budita. Budita, would you mind to share your questions by yourself? Or not? Or yeah, Budita, please. Budita.
Yeah. Mbak Titi, I just want to ask about what are the chances of women's representation in parliament or government with the presence of several new parties that we know right now, few new parties come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Dita. So time is yours, Mbak Titi, to respond to participants' questions. Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak I. Ya, sorry Pak, I forgot your name, but I will ask Mas Hanif.
Pak Anton and then Budita.
Oh, Pak Anton. Yeah, Pak Anton. Thank you so much, Pak Anton. Those are very brilliant question, Pak. Pak, unfortunately, Pak, not only 30% female MPs connected to political dynasty or elites, yeah, but based on our data, more than 50% of female MPs, almost 60% of female MPs connected with political dynasty or big men in local politics. So whether they are wife or daughter or families members of the gubernur, bupati, wali kota, party leaders, ketua umum, sekjen, and so on and so on. So yeah, that's the fact, ya Pak, ya, that more than 50% of the elected female MPs connected with the political dynasty and strong men or big men in local politics. And also, but for me as a, election activist who support the women politicians, yeah, what I can do is by having good cooperation with the elected MPs, at least they can transform, become a good MP who bringing the issues of female and children interest on the table and also in the discussion in the parliament building, so public and also the constituent can hear their voice loudly, yeah, and also can bring the voice of the constitution to the parliament building. I try to deal with myself, yeah, by having like a, what is it, try to work together with them, or despite of their background, and also try to reach what is it, common ground to work for women and children issues. That's maybe one of the share that I can say related to my cooperation with the female MPs in Parliament. And also how they can be, what is it, elected, ya Pak Anton. Mostly the female candidates elected in last election placed in number 1 in party list. So by having the position on the top list is, I think, one of the what is it, crucial strategy. Only less than 10% of the elected female MPs placed in what is it, low list ya, atau low level atau nomor-nomor besar begitu ya. 80% of the elected MPs placed in number 1 and number 2. Why they can get that access? First, because of the political dynasty aspect. Part of the elites in party or part of the party leaders network, or they are what is it, have a significant social basis. Apakah dia part of the religious organization, Fatayat, Muslimat, Aisyah, Naishatul Aisyah. So the social basis is become like important capital to be what is it, recognized by the political party. So only the what is it, the activists with a strong network with the religious or mass organization can compete with the political dynasty or strong men network within the internal political party. So it is important for the female politicians that politics must be logic, politics must be rational. You cannot expect that you will be elected in election, although, for example, like me, I feel like I'm famous, everyone knows me, but when I become a politician and compete in my electorates, it is no guarantee that I will be elected. So social basis is very important. And I think we can, invite more women from the religious organization, mass organization, NU, Muhammadiyah, KWI, PGI, and others to join politics because they already have the, strong capital, social basis and networking. Nah, itu Pak, jadi mostly yang bisa who able to compete with the political dynasty and elite network itu adalah they are who have social basis and religious or mass organization network. For the future, what we can do? First, we have to build strongest solidarity and solidity among the pro-woman movement to promote more women to be placed in strategic position in winning team of the political party. Jadi Bapilu, Badan Pemenangan Pemilu, based on my experience, playing strategic role in placing a woman in a top list. From the empirical experience in 2014, Pak Anton, P3 successfully place 10 female MPs in parliament, increase 250% compared to 2009 election. Why it's happened? Why that was happened? Because the leader of the Bapilu is female, and she placed at least 30% of female candidates on number 1, in number 1. So when they have 30% of female candidates at number 1, it is followed by the electability of more than the increasing of 250 elected female MPs in Partai Persatuan Pembangunan in 2014 election. So that's a good empirical experience ya, by having female in a strategic position within internal party, within political party. It will also mendorong ya, it will also encourage more friendly party decision regarding women or female candidate nomination. And also, what else we can do? I think by bringing more female activists from organisasi keagamaan, religious organization, and organisasi kemasyarakatan, mass organization, become one of the good strategy ya. So they don't have like implement high cost politics, because they already have a good capital by having a good network and good basis in society, in grassroots society. I think that's my question for Pak Anton. For Mbak Dita ya, your question about the opportunity for the women representation from the presence of several new parties, I feel pessimistic ya, Mbak Dita. First, because it's not easy to be election participant, because the requirement is so difficult. So the requirement to be the political election participant for the for political parties in Indonesian election is one of the the most expensive and the most difficult in the world. Marcin Waleczki mentioned in one of his research that it needs at least 10 to 15 million US dollars to establish political party in Indonesia to be able to compete in election. 10 sampai 15 juta US dollar untuk bisa menjadi peserta pemilu in Indonesian election. Tapi bisa pun, although you pass that requirement, you have to to pass the parliamentary threshold requirement 4%. So for me, by having so many barriers to entry for new political parties, it's not. I feel pessimistic that we can have like alternative from the new party to increase the woman representation, because we face so many we face multiple barriers to entry, especially for the new political party, not only to become the election contestant but also to gain seat in national parliament. I think that's all, Mbak Mbak Iyi.
Mbak Titi, thank you very much. Yeah, I think please give our appreciation for Mbak Titi. Yeah. So, dear participant, I think time is for us to close the session, and then I hope that we have a lot of point taken for this late afternoon session, and then we have a good evening. Hopefully that we will meet you again tomorrow. And then again, thank you, Mbak Titi, for very, very interesting speech and discussion. Thank you so much, and then I will end the session.
Thank you, Mbak Yi, Mbak Titi. To be honest, I never like mathematics, but I like your presentation, even though it is about math, about percentage, about calculations. So I like it very much. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of this session. So for tomorrow, the session will start at 9 a.m. in the morning. So please stand by in this venue, perhaps 30 minutes before the session. And today there is not lunch, but it is late lunch or maybe very early dinner. So in the first floor, before you go home, please don't forget to take the food, dinner box with you. Thank you very much, Mbak Yi. Mbak Titi, you can leave the Zoom. Bye bye everyone, see you tomorrow. For everyone who want to go back to my hotel, perhaps the bus will be ready really soon in the first floor. Thank you.